industry, but also small and medium. And its members of over 4.5 lakh organizations make it one of the largest such institutions that you are engaged in.
ASSOCHAM को 100 साल पूरे करने के उपलक्ष्य में हृदय से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और शुभेच्छाएं देता हूं। 5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाने के लिए
Good morning everyone and a very warm welcome to ASSOCHAM Conference on Women Empowerment, Empower Nation, Leadership, Financial Inclusion, Health, Education, Sports. I request everyone to please be seated as we are about to kickstart today's event. If anyone is still having their coffees and tea, they can bring it to their table. You'll have ample amount to have more conversations because we have tea breaks and lunch break as well. It is my esteemed pleasure to welcome you all today here. May I please have a huge round of applause for everyone present in the conference hall. Thank you very much. To start any event or any auspicious start, we always prefer to have something auspicious associated to it. So I would request our esteemed dignitaries to please join us for the lamp lighting ceremonies. I would request Mr. Anil Rajput, Chairperson, ASSOCHAM National Council, CSR Council and President, Corporate Affairs, ITC Limited, Mr. Nyan Shah, SVP and Global Head, DEI, Employee Experience and Engagement, Emphasis, Ms. Pavandeep Kaur, Head of Communication and CSR, India, Thales Group, Dr. Payal Kanodia, Trustee, M3M Foundation, Mr. S.C. Agarwal, Chairman and Managing Director, SMC Global Security Limited, Dr. Upasana Arora, Chairperson for ASSOCHAM National Empowerment Council and Chairperson, Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital, to please join us. Can I have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you very much. I request all the dignitaries to please join us on the dais. Women have made their outstanding presence felt in every sphere of life, achieving spectacular milestones. They have carved out a niche across sector ranging from technology to medical science to business entrepreneurship. I would request Mr. Anil Rajput to please present a welcome address to all of us. May I please have a huge round of applause? Thank you.
Ms. Nyan Shah, Senior Vice President and Global Head, Employee Experience and Engagement Emphasis, Ms. Pavandeep Kaur, Head of Communication and CSR, Dr. Payal Kanodia, Trustee, M3M Foundation, Mr. S.C. Agarwal, Chairman and Managing Director, SMC Global Securities, Dr. Upasana Arora, Chairperson for ASSOCHAM National Empowerment Council, and Chairperson, Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital. Good morning and a warm welcome to the conference on Empower Women, Empower Nation, organized by ASSOCHAM. In recent times, women's empowerment has become a significant topic of discussion in the development of nations and economic growth. Leaders across the world have often agreed that women are empowered with tools, resources, and opportunities. They make meaningful contribution to society, paving the way for a strong and prosperous nation. While this is true, several indicators also point out that the position of women continues to be secondary in many societies around the world, and that the process of empowerment is extremely slow. According to the World Bank's Women, Business and Law Report 2022, around 2.4 billion women of working age are not afforded equal economic opportunities, and 178 countries maintain legal barriers that prevent their full economic participation. Further, the gap between men and women's expected lifetime earnings globally is $172 trillion, nearly 2 times the world's annual GDP. These figures are not encouraging and call for urgent and sustained actions for unleashing the economic power of women. India is at a decisive point in its journey towards prosperity, a journey of being a 30 trillion economy by 2047, and it is at this time that our Honorable Prime Minister has articulated a bold vision by hailing the power of Nari Shakti, that women would play a vital role in nation's socio-economic development journey during the India's Amrit Kal, the 25 years long lead up to India at 100. As we know, Shakti refers to the manifestation of energy. In Indian mythology, women have been the vessels of Shakti. Durga, Parvati, Lakshmi, and Saraswati, all avatars of the Devi, worshipped as embodiments of female energy. The status of women in India has been subject of many great changes over the past few millennia. From equal status with men in ancient times, through the low points of medieval period to the promotion of equal rights by many reformers, the history of women in India has been eventful. In modern India, right from participating in our freedom struggle to making significant contributions to uplifting education, art, literature, culture, science, technology, R&D, and business, women of our country have shown phenomenal resilience, passion, and commitment towards family, society, and country. Sports, to my mind, is an effective weapon of empowerment. In the sports arena, Indian sportswomen are achieving several milestones, both at national and international levels. The likes of Mary Kom, Sania Mirza, Saina Nehwal, P.V. Sindhu, Sakshi Malik, our women hockey team, cricket team, are all pushing themselves, fighting the odds and proving to being amongst the best in the world. However, despite the recognition of women's power in our tradition, ancient text and thought, and the progress that has been made in the recent years, a large number of women still do not enjoy many of their rights and face significant barriers to their empowerment. These include uneven access to healthcare and education, resources and opportunities, unequal pay, limited representation in many fields, and other forms of gender discrimination. Therefore, to truly empower women and build a strong and prosperous nations, we must work to address the above-mentioned barriers and create more inclusive societies that not only provide socio-economic development, but also value women for their contribution and potential. The Government of India, through various initiatives and schemes, has given special attention to the progress of women in our country. It has also created the space for international agencies to work with state governments, local non-government organizations, and private corporations on a plethora of projects to support women. This has had positive impact. The position of women in private sector has evolved over time, with almost 31% in the banking and finance sector, 30% in media, 45% in consulting sector, and around 35% in IT and ITES sector. Also, women participation in MSME sector is 24% higher than other industries. A recent report by EY on diversity also indicates that the participation of women in boardrooms has increased from merely 6% in 2013 to 18% in 2022. However, one particular area where equality still eludes women in a large way is in rural India, and especially in the agriculture. When we think of a farmer, it provokes visual of men farmers toiling in the heat, working hard to provide us with the food and materials we eat and use daily. Women farmers are almost always vastly excluded from this narrative. They are not even recognized as farmers, as men are, even though estimates suggest that 60% of agriculture workers in India are women. If one travels to the hinterland, one can invariably spot many women engaged in farming operations. Despite this, they neither have access to resources nor the power of decision making like male farmers do. I strongly believe that adequate steps must be taken towards mainstreaming women in the agriculture sector. Merriam-Webster defines that female farmer as femerate. Most of us perhaps not even heard of this term. We have failed to give enough recognition to these women who are equally working hard to feed the country with the largest population in the world. It is time that we put an end to these patriarchal structures that run deep and create more inclusive tools and policies that the femerates of India. Here I would like to take the opportunity to state that women are playing a larger role in ITC's social investments program that form the core of village grassroots institutions. Among other initiatives, ITC's Women Farmer Collectives leverages the strength of collectives and opens new avenues for ladies, landless ladies, and women farmers to establish agriculture enterprises while building resilience against climatic shocks. This intervention of spread across 6 states in India, where over 3,000 women agribusiness centers enable rural women to run successful group enterprises like nurseries, agri-equipment hiring, sale of agri inputs, etc. We are equally focused on scaling up women participation in all our businesses. Apart from instituting a host of progressive policies for women employees, many of our integrated consumer goods manufacturing and logistic facilities, which include state-of-the-art units in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Telangana, employ a majority of women ranging between 50 to 75% of total workforce in those factories. I'm happy to mention that our food processing plant at Medek, for instance, employs close to 100% on-roll women workforce. Friends, we are a few days away from celebrating International Women's Day, a day dedicated by the UN to uphold women's achievement, recognize challenges, and lay greater emphasis on women's rights and gender disparity. Today, the United Nations strongly advocates that no enduring solution to society's most threatening social, economic, and political problems can be found without the full participation and full empowerment of world's women. Therefore, as India continues to raise awareness, remove barriers, and create a superior environment for better life and livelihood for this crucial 50% of the population, we must collectively work towards harnessing their true potential as modern nation builders. Today's event is a great opportunity for us to share our collective agendas and align on where we can and should continue to collaborate to accelerate progress in this direction. भारतीय संस्कृति में स्त्री और पुरुष दोनों को गाड़ी के दो पहियों के रूप में देखा गया है और इसलिए देश, समाज, जाति सच्चे अर्थों में तभी विकसित होगा जब गाड़ी के दो पहिए साथ चलेंगे। महिला सशक्तिकरण महिलाओं पर एहसान नहीं है बल्कि उनका हक है। वास्तव में महिलाओं की क्षमता और प्रतिभा पूर्ण करने के लिए ये आवश्यक है जो निस्संदेह राष्ट्र की प्रगति के हित में है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ और आपको तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूँ। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable words. Now I would request Ms. Nayan Shah, SVP and Global Head, DEI, Employee Experience and Engagement, emphasis to please present industry address to all of us. May I please have a huge round of applause?
This is my slide? Is this the slide? A very good morning to all of you. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Thank you so much, and it was indeed so nice to listen to Mr. Rajput. Great words of wisdom and so much of truth in each of what he said. Thank you, ASSOCHAM, firstly, to kind of invite me here to address this august audience from diverse backgrounds and industries. Extremely happy to meet Upasana this morning and exchange a few words, and would love to kind of take back a lot of memories and new friends and acquaintances back to my company, back to my SRE. My name is Nayan Shah, and I work for Emphasis as a Global Head SVP, Employee Engagement, Employee Experience, and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. We have been doing enough and more, but I always say that it's never enough, because we just began our journey aggressively over the last 3 or 4 years in the DEI space, and we've already won 3 awards as the best place for women to work in, and extremely proud of that. The last award that we bagged was just last year. I'm here to basically share with all of you what is it that works for us, and we all can collectively learn as a result of that. So my topic today is Empower Women, Empower Nation, and I have about 8 to 9 minutes to kind of cover this topic. I'll do complete justice to it. And I'd like to draw your attention that we have done a lot of work in emphasis, which of course I will be sharing with you all so that we all benefit from it. So I'd like to start with a disclaimer because I see a lot of men in the audience. And I wanted to tell you all that I'm not a stereotypical man-hating activist who believes that men are the cause of all problems in this world, right? But we all would agree, and statistics is there to kind of support this, that the pandemic has been disproportionately hard on women. And in terms of mental health, career advancement, pay, morale, absolutely, even well-being. So the time is perfect to consider how can we support women and help them be their best. Women no longer are considered as harbingers of peace alone, but are emerging as a superpower, a source of power, and a symbol of progress. Recognizing this further, we must agree that it is not a one-way street. It is always a two-way street. It is not only the organizations, what can organizations do for women, but women also need to understand what is it that we can do to kind of progress further, develop ourselves, and achieve the desired success in our careers. So if there is a combined effort from the organization's agenda and personal development and growth, the career path is surely going to be on the upswing, and it is a sure definitive. So while the world has been ushered in the fifth industrial revolution, many global tech revolutions such as AI, VR, XR, AVs, quantum computing, blockchain, IoT, 3D printing, everything is co-occurring at the same time. And interestingly, for all these new age paradigms, we require capabilities of women leaders, which they naturally bring to the table. Therefore, women leaders are fundamental requirement of the 21st century. All organizations must take care of empowering women in leadership, and I would say go to the extent of even exploring their potential. We all know and we would all appreciate what women possess as inherent leadership qualities, and let me just very quickly run through them, and so that it's reiterating the same which we already know. But it's a feel-good factor. Women lead more effectively because they go through, especially women over 40, lead more effectively and efficiently than men, especially since female managers are subject to circumstances and which force them to acquire new skills by balancing their leadership work and their personal work very effectively. So there is a tendency to kind of apply that knowledge when you're actually working. Women, as you all know, are empathetic. They are much more empathetic than men. Women also use the weapon of passion in conversations, in decision making, which is found only in that section only in that gender mostly. I'm not saying that men don't do it, but it's largely the case. Women also make amazing mentors. They also have the ability of wearing multiple hats and multitasking, as a result of which getting guidance and experiences and open and candid conversations with women is a lot easier. And they always bring a fresh perspective in play, while leading with empathy. With all this being said, when women have equal access to economic opportunity, social empowerment, and higher wages, their children also benefit, and women are more likely than men to save and invest their increased wages in their communities and families, which leads to improved education, health outcomes for their children, including greater survival rates and higher rates of child nutrition, etc. Studies demonstrate that women spend roughly 90% of the income on their families, versus, by contrast, men do so to about 40%. The truth is that women need support, they need empowerment. With that, they can create the conditions for their own success and happiness, for sure. And then what needs basically is, what are the needs that they have really is coaching them, guiding them, influencing them, and advocating for them as well. So, like a lot of leadership positions, we always feel there is an illusion that we have, the images that we conjure up in our minds is, oh my God, leadership means long working hours, too much of travel, and likewise. But I don't think we should get intimidated by that alone, because it also does give opportunities for influencing business decisions. Look at the opportunities that it gives for contributing directly to the goal of the organizations that you work for. Look at the opportunity that it gives to develop talent of others, the opportunity to make employees feel treated fairly in organizations, opportunity to also contribute to a positive and ethical work culture. At the same time, these roles also have the abilities to enhance skills, knowledge, capabilities. So for women to have a prominent role in the success journey, they must know the basics of successful leadership. What is it that, I forgot to change my slides, anyways. So there are 2 points that I would like to address is what is it that women can do and what is it that organizations can do for women, and here especially what Emphasis is doing particularly, from which you can borrow some concepts as well, and very, very happy to connect up with anyone who would like to have more details and more color on this, yeah? What can women do in the workplace is engage in, how does this move? Okay. All right. Engage in strategic conversations, clearly to describe the situation and its impact on the woman, the client, and also the company. If you have the clarity, you must engage in these conversations with your superiors, with your senior leadership, to kind of display your ability and capability. Positively influence others' perceptions of your capabilities. By this I mean that researchers show that managers, both men and women, rate women higher than men in leadership competencies, but always rate women lower in leadership potential. And why is that? Because it matters less what you think you're capable of. It is very important what others perceive you to be capable of, which is very important. By opening the discussion and soliciting feedback on your own performance and capabilities, you are basically influencing your manager's mind about certain biases that he could possibly have, he or she could possibly have, and also demand recognition for your achievements and your successes, and project a sense of confidence in what you're doing in your area of work. Defining and reviewing goals and performance objectives every single year is extremely important. Because that keeps you on track. It stays, you stay relevant at all given points in time. In the world of social media, today we all are aware that the power of social media. I think joining networks inside and outside of the organization has become an imperative. It is extremely important that you do have those networks. This can broaden your connections in functional and geographical areas and also offer a solid network of supporters. Review your current network of supporters both inside and outside of the organization, and you will see where you may have gaps. You can make heat maps and revisit it regularly from time to time. Unfortunately, women spend more time working rather than networking, and that's so well known, but I think there has to be a reversal of this soon, so that we benefit from, each one of us benefits from this shortly. Unfortunately, but building on informal personal advisory group is again another advice that I would want to give people, is always have a cluster of people who are your fans, your sponsors, or for that matter, even truth tellers. It's extremely important to have this group around you, somewhere close by to you, for you to, stay, for you to know what's your career progression and how are you doing as in the sense of personality development or personal development or professional development. And there has to be somebody who tells you the absolute truth. So with this common understanding, let us now explore what does a collective commitment mean, and what can organizations do for your growth of women. And this is something that we've been doing actively at Emphasis, ladies and gentlemen, and we have seen how it pays results for us. So review pay structures, having pay parity across the organization, eliminating uncertain gender biases is extremely important. Not just for the existing employees in the organization, but also for newcomers who would essentially want to join your organization. And if you have those bold statements made on your website, obviously because you're doing pay parity exercises, which compares, pay parity across not just gender, but across multiple different milestones like promotions, your levels, your tenure, and so on and so forth. So there are multiple ways of doing that exercise, and it is extremely intensive, I would say, but worthwhile in engaging in it. Promote employee resource groups. Employees networks are great resource information sharing spaces for building relationships. Extremely important. They're called ERGs. And relationships are key drivers for retaining women. And that is a silent, hidden truth. You have a great relationship, the woman will essentially look at staying with the organization much longer if the workplace is conducive, safe, and also enabling. Right? Create an environment where women are empowered to speak and voice their opinions by creating safe spaces, being transparent about purposes and goals. Executive engagement, including male allies, is very important. Identifying ambitious and specific initiatives for growth. Forums such as, which most of our organizations have these days, but if we don't, then we must very, very quickly, get into action, which is POSH, your whistleblowers, women-friendly policies, anti-discriminatory policies as well, and also women policies for women, where you keep women at the forefront when you're actually drafting and creating policies for this particular gender that we're talking about. Minimize the risk of gender bias in the process of recruitment. Why should a person be hired into the organization because he or she is a male or a female? That should not be the criteria. It should be merit-driven and try to focus and create bias champions in the entire process so that they eliminate any kind of biases creeping into the process of recruitment. Actively mentor and sponsor female talent. Yeah. And we also encourage women to enroll in higher education. And that's the last point, really. We do global university tie-ups in next-gen technologies such as AI, ML, cloud computing, blockchain, data science, cybersecurity, and data analytics. Referral programs is another thing where women can refer women and get paid handsomely. So in summation, I would like to say, apart from mental, physical, and financial wellness also does play a very important role, and that should be on the agenda to promote women working in the organizations. To do your best, demonstrate confidence, and my message would be to celebrate your own success. As they say, you playing small doesn't serve the world. Women can help women by playing big and showing up for each other with strength and enthusiasm and vigor. So the most important way people learn through is watching, listening, and also experiencing each other. So for this reason, you have more influence than you realize. So it is extremely important to express your talents, because you never know who out of, who is watching you could be learning from you, getting inspired from you, and so on. So at the same time, I think supporting others, other women, is extremely important. And these will significantly contribute not just to your own success, but that to the success of women around you. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I would request Ms. Pavandeep Kaur, Head of Communication and CSR India Thales Group, to please join us for her remarks.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Rajput, Ms. Shah, for sharing such great thoughts, perspectives. It actually shows us what needs to be done, what is being done, and also how corporates are quite aligned in realizing the whole objective, why we're all present today. So, good morning. And to start with, I would like to say that it's a great honor and a pleasure for me to be here with you all today. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate ASSOCHAM for bringing the spotlight on this important, significant topic, Empower Women, Empower Nation. It couldn't have been more powerful, right? To speak of women and nation in one breath. it automatically becomes a superpower, essentially. And this topic is very close to my heart. I think to my heart and to my organization's heart, I would say, because that's the center of the strategy that we have towards our employees, towards our business as well. And through what I share today, I'm going to reflect a bit more on what Thales has been doing in this front, so try and bring more pointed remarks around that. And of course, it will be great to obviously hear more from our fellow speakers later on as well. A quick intro about Thales. Thales is a global technology leader with strong presence in sectors like aerospace, defense, digital identity, and security. We've got around 77,000 employees across 68 countries, and we've been present in India since 1953. So from 1953 to 2023, it makes 70 years. So we are celebrating our 70th anniversary in India this year. And we've been very proudly, I would say that we are very proud to be able to, contribute to the whole India's growth story since the time we began in all the markets that we operate in. So today, if we were to say that we are around 2,000 strong people in the country and we are growing, we are hiring, we are looking at employees across the board, from engineers in software, hardware, system engineering. So these employees are men and women, and there's a greater push, of course, to improve the gender balance in the organization. Circling back to the topic of the day, empower women, empower nation. Thales truly aligns with this, subscribes to this idea. We've been long committed in improving gender equality in the workplace. And this has multi-dimensions, such as accelerating the recruitment of women at every level of the organization, promoting women to higher levels of responsibility, increasing the representation of women on management committees. With this as the backdrop, all the work that we are doing to improve the gender balance in the workplace. In 2020, if I were to quote numbers, women accounted for 25% of new hires in India and represented 22% of the group's India workforce. Is there a scope to do better? More? Yes, indeed. And the focus is clearly on making all the efforts that we can to increase these numbers, not just for the sake of increasing numbers, but to stay ahead of the curve, to stay innovative and successful in all our business domains, because key to all this is diversity, is gender equality. Our efforts towards developing a diverse, respectful, and inclusive culture have also been recognized. And I'm very proud to say that for the 4th year in a row, Thales has been recognized among 100 best companies for women in India by Avatar and Seramount. Let me just share what are the main elements that make up this inclusive work environment, or culture, if I could say. We lay immense focus on leadership and skill development. We built women leadership development programs like Sky High, Fly High. We have mentoring programs too. There is also a focus at Thales to encourage girls that's outside of Thales to consider careers in science and technology. We offer several internal mobility opportunities within Thales in India and across the globe. It's almost like multiple career opportunities within one large, vast organization. We've got colleagues, especially women, who've been with the organization for decades. In fact, if I remember 10 years ago, so a decade ago, when I joined Thales, the first colleague I met, a first woman colleague, let me tag it like that, I'd met, had spent 28 years with the organization. So that speaks volumes about the focus that the organization lays on employee-friendly policies. We see gender pay parity as our priority as well. We heard about creating a safe and secure workplace. That's totally on our priority list. And we're committed to creating such a workplace. We've got zero tolerance approach towards sexual harassment at workplace. We organize regular workshops, sessions for our employees on gender diversity, sexual harassment, mental and physical health, among others. So this is not directed only towards women, I would say. This is directed to all our employees. Because to uplift women, you don't necessarily have to speak only to women. You have to speak to the larger audience, and that's what we look forward to do. Flexibility coupled with hybrid working have been a winning combination for us too. In fact, we heard about networking just a short while ago. That's something that we've been paying a lot of emphasis on. So networking forums are created for our employees, for our women colleagues, not only to interact among themselves, but also to have an interface with the senior leadership in India and internationally as well. This definitely opens up the horizons that the leaders or upcoming leaders have, and what they can learn from each other, from our leaders, etc., going forward too. In fact, we heard about, having internal forums, etc., ERGs, I was very impressed to hear that, because that totally shows that how corporates are aligned to achieve this objective, because we too have several internal gender equality networks. So, we don't want to label one network, because we have plenty of them in the country, in the states, in the cities we are, or in different geographies, or at the corporate in France as well. So what we intend to do is, there are some which are created by the organization, and there are some that are led by the employees themselves. And what they intend to do is, they provide support to Thales's gender equality initiatives and encourage the professional development of women. From striking a work-life balance to strengthening human connections, obviously these are important aspects, important challenges that we are trying to counter every day through our various initiatives. So these, what I highlighted, are over and above of all that we do, to bring the best employee experience, of course. But that's what we are doing. We are learning every day. If I were to conclude and sum up all this, I just want to draw back to what Mr. Rajput also said earlier, that in 2015, leaders from around the world adopted the Sustainable Development Goals promoted by the UN, putting gender equality and women's empowerment in a central position on the 2030 agenda. Meeting these objectives, which include promotion of inclusive and sustainable growth, reduction of inequalities between countries, and gender equality, necessarily requires developing the full potential of women in the working world. At Thales, we are all working towards this and believe it would take all stakeholders to come forward and work collectively towards providing a level playing field to women, empowering them for the overarching progress of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Can we have a huge round of applause for Thales Group for completing their 70 years? Thank you so much. While discussing so much about the milestones women have achieved these days, how can we forget a very important field of cricket? As we have a different milestone in cricket, we have a beautiful message from none other than Ms. Mithali Raj, former captain of Indian cricket team, for all of us. Can I have a huge round of applause, please?
Empower women, empower nation. Like I always say and believe, the best way to be successful is to be fearless. My best wishes to the entire team who are making this endeavor a gigantic platform. Hi guys, I would like...
All right. Can we have a huge round of applause? We'll be shortly having another tea and coffee break. Don't worry about it. All right. Next, may I please welcome on stage Dr. Payal Kanodia, Trustee, M3M Foundation. Can I please have a huge round of applause for her?
Good morning, everyone. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to ASSOCHAM for inviting me on this platform today and putting forth my views. I'm probably the youngest of this panel, and I've already been learning a lot from what different industries are doing, and I'm sure there's a lot more to learn as the day passes by. The topic of deliberation today says, empower women, empower nation. But what does empowering really means? Is it about social empowerment? Is it about economic empowerment? Or is it about both? Or is it that we are referring to empowerment through education, good health, knowledge, equal participation, equal opportunities, or actively entering into an area that has been generally dominated by men? Why do I say so? Because I come from a corporate family, which is M3M Group, and it is a real estate group. When I joined business back 10 years back, it was an absolutely male-dominated business, and I think my welcome was not as big a welcome as other men would be welcomed in that business. So what do we actually have in mind when we say empower women, empower nation? Some facts that speak for themselves. In the Indian MSME sector, women-led businesses are about 21% and contribute around 24% of the labor force. There are about 14 to 16 million businesses owned by women that provide employment to about 27 million people. The economic impact of achieving gender equality in India is estimated to be about $700 billion of added GDP by 2025. The IMF estimates that equal participation of women in workforce can increase India's GDP by 27%. Many reports also suggest that 42% women are financially aware, but only 12% of them are homemakers. Globally also, women control about $20 trillion in annual consumer spending, and those figures could climb as high as $28 trillion in next 5 years. Women produce about 60% of world's goods and services, and at the same time, they're also the largest buyers and investors. Sadly, current women account for just 17 to 18% of GDP in India. That is less than the half of global average, which is about 40%. I still believe that all has been possible as we, as women, have attained the freedom of speech. It is the utmost weapon for the empowerment of a woman. If she's able to express her point of view, her opinion, without any fear, it is the highest empowerment of a woman, and it would eventually empower any society, any nation. For the first time, we have also seen that the ratio of women per men in India is witnessing an upward trend. We have more women per 1,000 men as per the latest census, which certainly means that there is a definite change in the mindset that is happening in our nation. Coming from a corporate background, I have always also understood that women are like those equilibriums who balance not just families or society, but they also balance corporate structures. They register their presence in all verticals which are required to efficiently operate a family, an organization, with their multitasking skills, empathy, mentoring skills, guiding, and a different perspective to different situations. Over 10 million working women in India have set their priorities into excelling into corporate world at the leadership roles. They are daring today and present their point of view with full dignity, confidence, and self-respect. They are competing and want to defeat the mindset and perception that has been hanging around like a legacy, which questions the existence of a woman. And I would proudly say that at M3M Foundation, we have broken the stigma of legacy and we have stopped questioning the existence of women. We are constantly working towards upskilling of women, getting more women into workforce. There is no doubt that women are empowering nation and contributing generously to the economic growth and GDP by entering into the service sectors and also into the product development. Capitalizing the principles of equal opportunities, they have dented the benchmark of success and output. It is not that every opportunity has come easily to them. No, not at all. They've undergone many testing challenges and passed many litmus tests. They have equipped themselves by overcoming barriers, gone through rigorous learning and training, strengthened the emotional, physical, and mental capabilities, and all this without hampering the regular chores of the work. What is desired from government, corporate world, and industrial associations like ASSOCHAM is to help in disrupting the biases against women, to ensure that government's initiative on socio-economic empowerment of women are systematically communicated, adopted, and implemented by the society at large. Having said that, we also cannot ignore the scope and role of women in economic development of India, particularly when we are aiming at achieving a mark of $5 trillion economy in the coming years. India is a country where about 65% of population lives in villages, but ironically, about 80% of rural women are engaged in agriculture, a sector that is the largest employer in India. It will be a surprise, and it came as a surprise to me also, that in spite of so much digitization, modernization, and metro culture, the ratio of rural population has only steadily increased in last 5 years. The contribution of rural economy is also increasing with increasing upskilling and self-reliance in villages. Several organizations, including center and state governments, NGOs, corporate world, is empowering rural societies constantly. The number of rural women entrepreneurs is also on increase, and many startups are working tirelessly to upgrade the rural life and the skills of these rural people. It is said, never underestimate the power of a woman. Never challenge her mental strength, physical strength, intelligence, or ability to manage stress and anxiety. A woman is a born entrepreneur. She is the CEO of a house and a natural administrator and CFO. But can anyone doubt her negotiation skills? No, it comes naturally to her. She has an unparalleled risk-taking ability, which we cannot doubt about. And if we can understand the state of mind and physical test that a woman passes through while giving birth to a child. I would like to say that India has produced many women entrepreneurs, doctors, scientists, educationalists, engineers, fighter pilots, financial professionals, IAS, IPS, IFS, and above all, the Honorable Prime Minister and Presidents of India have also been women. If there is any way the global economy could financially calculate the contribution of women, I am sure Indian women would emerge as the largest contributors to the national income and GDP of any nation in the world. In the end, I would like to emphasize that enough has been discussed and said about empowering women. We've had enough panel discussions and enough people contributing to their views. But I would strongly advocate that it's now time to act on it, create an economy that grows along with women, for women. Government, private sector, everyone has come up with enough policies and practices, and we've already heard that from our experts earlier, which make the society and workplace women inclusive. It's now time to put them into action and ensure that at every place, women are by default given equal opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I would request Mr. S.C. Agrawal, Chairman and Managing Director, SMC Global Securities Limited, to please provide his industry address to all of us. Can I please have a huge round of applause?
Very good morning to everyone. Yeah, today's topic is empowering women and empowering nation. I must say this topic should be empowering women, empowering nation, and empowering world. Actually, this is not the problem of our India problem. It's a globally problem, you can say, that women are not giving and not going to give equal chance, equal for every sphere of life, whether student life, employment life, or even old age life. Everywhere discrimination, generation gap description gap is always there. So, a global report is saying when more women work, economy grows. Women economic empowerment boosts productivity, increases economic diversification and income equality, in addition to other positive development outcomes. For example, increasing the female employment rates in OECD countries to match that of Sweden could boost GDP by over USD 6 billion US dollar. So this is for OECD's countries. If equal opportunities would have been there, then this kind of growth would be there, 6.6 trillion US dollar. So empowering women in the economy and closing gender gaps in the world of work are key to achieving the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. Gender differences in laws affect both developing and developed economies and women in all regions. Globally, over 2.7 billion women are legally restricted from having the same choice of job as men have. A study of 189 countries' economy has done in 2018, which says 104 economies still have laws preventing women from working in specific jobs. 59 economies have no laws on sexual harassment in the workplace. And in 18 economies, husbands are legally preventing their wives from working. So these are the statistics. Globally, women are paid less than men. The gender wage gap is estimated to be 23%. This means that women earns 77% of what men earns. So I talked about globally. Now in India, women in India have always faced significant challenges in the workplace, including gender discriminations, without unequal pay and lack of opportunity for advancement. While the Indian government has taken some steps to address these issues, there is still a long way to go to achieve gender equality in the workplace. One of the primary challenges faced by women in the workplace in India is gender discrimination. The discrimination can take many forms, including unequal pay, harassment, and bias in hiring and promotions. Women are often passed over for jobs opportunities and given lower paying positions, even if they are equally qualified as their male counterparts. They may also face discrimination when it comes to career advancement, as men are often given preference for promotions and leadership positions. And we have also seen that results of schools, colleges, IAS and competitive exams, generally female, women, girls are getting better marks than counterpart male. So another challenge facing women in the workplace is the lack of support for working mothers. Many women are forced to choose between their careers and their families, as they are not provided with adequate maternity leave, child care, support or flexible work arrangements. This can result in women leaving the workplace altogether, which not only impacts their own financial stability but also has broader implications for the economy. Sexual harassment is another major issue facing women in the workplace in India. According to a 2017 survey conducted by the Indian Nation Bar Association, 70% of women in India have experienced some form of sexual harassment at work. Despite laws prohibiting such behavior, many women do not report harassment due to fear of retaliation or lack of faith in the legal system. In addition to these challenges, women in India also face cultural and social barriers in the workplace. Many people in India still hold traditional belief about gender roles, and women who are seen as too ambitious or career focused may be viewed negatively. This can make it difficult for women to assert themselves in the workplace and achieve their career goals. To address these challenges, there is a need for systematic change in India's workplace. Companies should prioritize diversity and inclusion and provide equal opportunities for all employees regardless of gender. The government can also play a role by implementing and enforcing laws that protect women's rights in the workplace. Additionally, there is a need for cultural and societal change which can achieve through education and awareness campaign that challenge the traditional gender role and supporters. Just a short introduction about me. I am CMD of SMC Group. SMC is into financial services. We also employed 700 women in our organization, which constitute more than 20%. We also have 2 female members as board in our board. We have post policy and appreciable internet committee form the pillars of social security and our workplace. SMC also encourage a healthy work-life balance for its entire workforce. In conclusion, women in India face significant challenges in the workplace, including gender discrimination, unequal pay, and lack of support for working mothers. Addressing these challenges will require a concerted effort from all stakeholders, including companies, government, and society at large. By working together to create a more equitable and inclusive workplace, we can help ensure that all individuals, regardless of gender, have the opportunity to reach their full potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Women in terms of healthcare is not only limited to being a gynecologist anymore. They are literally having a different milestone in terms of health management as well. We have Dr. Upasana Arora, Chairperson for ASSOCHAM National Empowerment Council and Chairperson, Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital, to provide us a concluding remark in regards to the same.
Good morning, everyone. Really happy to see that this session, when we are talking about empower women and empower nation, many male members are here. And on dais with me, my dear friend Anil Rajput ji is also here. So this shows that India is changing. Now society is changing, and everyone is now started giving chance to females, and now we all females who are sitting here who are already empowered, now it's our time to give empowerment to those who are not empowered. So because I have given this responsibility by ASSOCHAM, and I am thankful to ASSOCHAM, especially my team, Sandeep and Payal and others, that they have actually chosen this very interesting topic. So why we are talking about empower women? When we say that we are already empowered, like it is my favorite dialogue, that females are already empowered and we are better than men, because everybody is not thinking about this. But thanks to our government that now our Prime Minister is thinking about female or 50% of gender who is running this country, because he has introduced many schemes in the form of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. I am also part of that. Same time that Ujjwala Yojana, and our president is also an example of women empowerment, Draupadi Murmu ji. She has created a different kind of mindset of all those who are living in a small cities, or they think that they can't do anything. So she is example for us. Anil ji said that women, now there is a big change in boardroom. Now women has taken 18% part when in 2020, I think 22 you were talking about. And before that, it was very less number of females in boardroom. So this is the change in society. And Ms. Shah said that equal economic opportunities will create opportunity to children of the females. It is actually true when female is independent economically, financially, then she can, many things she can do for the children, and they also feel that my mother is an empowered female and she's not depending on anyone. Same time when my dear friend, she is, I think we met first time, Pavandeep. Yeah, she is actually representing a very good company and good NGO, and she was talking about women leadership program and women friendly organizations. So nowadays, I think every organization is going to be a friendly organization for females. Before some time, it was really hard to find an organization where they can, get some flexible timings or they can some equal pay. Now, I think no one can do this. The reason behind this, now females are already very much empowered, and if somebody is not aware about their rights, other female is telling that fellow, oh, you don't know, you can go and you can talk about this. So this is the time of social media when we are talking to each other all the time, and we are, sending messages to each other, and that is how everyone is quite empowered. But Payal ji said, 10 years back, she joined the organization. That time it was not very welcoming mode of others. Now things are changing and everyone is actually, her organization is also doing so much for the women. S.C. Agrawal ji, who is a very good friend of mine, we work together in ASSOCHAM. He was talking about now women are also getting, when they were not getting equal rights, now things are changing, and in his company, females are doing very great job. I think we should give a round of applause for him, that you are doing, actually, this is very good. As a man, you are doing this. I have done a survey, I think 2-3 days back, I have done a survey with the age group of 55 to 60 or 62-year-old females. I just asked them, what was your dream, what you wanted to become, and what dream is still pending, what you want to do. You will be surprised. In those days, females were not thinking about their own dreams. They were not having any dream. They were quite happy and satisfied soul. Only I was talking with 22 aged, I should say aged because I am also aged now, 55. So they were saying, no, we don't have any dream, and my kids are very good, and my husband is very nice, and we are living a very happy life, and we are homemakers. Only 3 females said that they wanted to do something. One wanted to become a lecturer, one wanted to become model. So I was really impressed by that female. I asked him, how dare you think about modeling in those days? She was some miss of her city. Anyhow, so I was thinking, after that I was talking with some other young girls who are between 20 to 30. And you won't believe, only 10% girls were thinking about become homemaker. Everybody wanted to become independent. They wanted to make their own personality, identity. They were not happy to just become Mrs. or by the name of their father. They wanted to say that this is my name, and I wanted to, always address by my name from others. And I was like this when I was young. I never wanted to become only homemaker. Homemaker is those who are actually making society. And I am really happy that if my mother was not looking after me, how I am here, and everybody has to look after family. But same time, you can play both the roles very well. So you need to do something. And with these words, I can say this is my favorite line. All those who are coming and listening me, that I end my speech with this. कोमल है कमजोर नहीं तू, शक्ति का नाम ही नारी है, जग को जीवन देने वाली मौत भी तुझसे हारी है. Thank you so much, ASSOCHAM. Thank you so much, my panelists, and thanks to all of you who are here, because without you, this panel was not possible. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone on the dais, for joining us for this session. Thank you very much. Can I have a huge round of applause, please? We will continue our next session, but prior to that, we're going to have a 15 minutes quick tea and coffee break. You will have ample amount of time to connect with each other and make new peers and friends. Thank you very much. Please be seated. And it's a humble request to everyone to please put their phones on silent. In case of any urgent call, you can walk out of the room and attend it, just to have an undisturbed event. Speakers are here with us. Nowadays, woman is just not a leader in the house for her husband, but also a leader at her workplace while managing all the milestones in the society. Our next session is role of effective women leadership at workplace. I am very delighted to welcome all our speakers for this particular session, starting with Ms. Nidhi Bansal, Chairperson, Lenskart Foundation, Ms. Shipra Bhalla Chaudhary, Senior Director, Government Affairs, SAP India Private Limited, Ms. Minali Nagori, Head Human Resource, Pipeline Infrastructure Limited, Ms. Yogita Bhayana, Founder, Paddy and TEDx Speaker. I am very honored to welcome you all to the dais. I request everyone to please have a huge round of applause for our speakers. And I would request Ms. Nidhi Bansal to please kickstart the event. Absolutely. Can I please have a huge round of applause for Ms. Nidhi Bansal? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to speak to all of you today on this platform, and thank you, ASSOCHAM, for inviting me to speak on a topic that's really very close to my heart. I would actually have loved to have a panel discussion. It's just easier than preparing a speech and delivering it in front of so many stalwarts sitting in front of you and judging, did she write well? Did she not write well? Did she copy paste from somewhere? You know, I was a content writer at one point in time and all of these stigmas stick. But to begin with, my passion for advancing women in leadership was ignited by my personal experiences within the journalism and the creative industry. Gladly, there were quite a few female role models for me to admire and emulate, especially right in the beginning of my career as a journalist. While yes, across the board and industries, women are frequently subject to various stereotypes and prejudices, I quickly noticed that my industry was populated by some very strongly professional women leaders. Stereotypes like men are stern taskmasters, while women are often labeled as too difficult to work for or with. We are restricted in our ways to not see the big picture. We take things too personally, and we are being too soft to make hard decisions. When I was a junior journalist, working very, very hard to get the best stories to my publication, spending days and nights at work, some of these stereotypes did try to hinder my growth at various steps. But it was my assessment by my female editor that let me have all the opportunities to be able to lead a team of journalists, both men and women, in less than 5 years. My success helped me earn a coveted position in the organization I worked for, and inspired me to venture out as an entrepreneur eventually. I created a content marketing company, completely bootstrapped, that also became profitable in less than 2 years. We bagged the biggest clients in the country and abroad, and boasted of a team of wonderful and professional content creators, both male and female. Because I had the opportunity and I had personally encountered some biased thinking when pitted against my male counterparts in other departments, I was determined to become an advocate for change and a strong female role model. There are things that only a woman leader could inspire in a workforce, and I say this with utmost confidence. As a business owner, I ensured my team members had a sense of belonging. They felt supported in communicating honestly and openly. They felt safe, laughing, crying, getting angry, and asking for help at work. This helps me connect with them at a deeper level. Even as the chairperson of the Lenskart Foundation, where we run 100% charitable child eye care centers, our center teams are effectively the center owners without any financial obligations involved, of course. They function in a very free environment where they make decisions and approach me directly for any serious issues. Each center has a female and a male team member. Women tend to be very hard on themselves when it comes to exhibiting commitment. Men will make a mistake and move on. Women will lose their sleep over it. I trained myself to view commitment from the lens of perseverance and not just achieving a specific outcome. That way, my team was able to focus on hard work, learning opportunities, and readying themselves for the next challenge. As the Pulitzer Prize winner, Laurel Thatcher Ulrich once said, "Well-behaved women seldom make history." A good woman leader thinks and acts with the help of a constantly developing imagination. So, build a mindset for the unconventional and ponder ideas that go against the grain. We are not afraid to break the rules. And last but not the least, one very critical role of effective women leadership at workplace is defined by our emotional quotient, EQ as it's popularly known today. To garner cooperation from team members, I've shown them I genuinely care about, appreciate, and respect their contribution, and that I will do my best to help them maximize their potential. But honestly, here too, earlier in my career as a journalist and then as an entrepreneur heading a creative agency, I was told my emotions were a liability in the workplace and made me look weak. There were also a couple of occasions where I believed this. But in hindsight now, I see how ridiculous that feedback was. Women have a general advantage of being empathetic, so it's smart to lean on this as a strength. As Teddy Roosevelt once said, "No one cares how much you know unless they know how much you care." Thank you. It was a pleasure speaking to all of you on this platform today. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. We all have a lot of questions with our panelists and the speakers. We'll be having a question-answer round by the end of this session. You all can raise your hand, identify yourself, identify your particular speaker you want to ask a question from, and you can raise your question. We'll be having a 5-minute question-answer round at the end of this session. Thank you. Next, we are having Ms. Shipra Bhalla Chaudhary, Senior Director, Government Affairs, SAP India Private Limited. Thank you, ma'am.
Namaskar, good morning. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this great event. As the Senior Director for Government Affairs at SAP India, I can share with conviction that women leadership plays a crucial role in businesses as it brings diverse perspectives, skills, experiences to the table. It facilitates an expansion for economic growth for the business, promotes social development in the workplace, and establishes a fair and stable culture of diversity and inclusivity while breaking down traditional gender stereotypes. In fact, it's not just me, but numerous studies have provided evidence to support the notion that companies with greater gender diversity, particularly among senior leadership positions, tends to be more profitable than those without. They have highlighted the benefits of having a diverse range of perspective, experiences, and skills in the decision-making process itself, which can lead to better business outcomes. At my organization, SAP, as of 2021, we were glad to share that almost 28.3% of our management are women, and we are continuously striving to drive that number higher and higher. Coming to the role of women leadership in today's business, which all of us are discussing, is super crucial, super imperative. In a perfect world, it wouldn't matter who sits on the chair as long as the work gets done. But in reality, it does matter, and it has serious implications as well for the organizations and society at large. Companies that genuinely embrace gender diversity, particularly at the senior level, tend to perform better, often experiencing significant increases in profitability. At a national level too, a rise in female employment has had a positive correlation with GDP growth. Industry associations such as yours, employer groups, and business membership organizations must take the lead, advocating for effective policies and genuine implementation. Not just tokenism that is offered in workplaces a lot of times. Women leaders are clearly emerging from across generations in different parts of the world and are demonstrating these skills and capabilities, using them to drive change at a global level. I wanted to also share at this point that as of April 2022, gender diversity has been achieved in the SAP Supervisory Board, with women holding 50% of the seats. However, the progress at our executive board is still at 28.6%, and at the executive level, it stands at 99.9%. I can say this confidently that in an organization, I can share these numbers because we are driving them higher and higher with each passing year, clearly acknowledging that women are increasingly being acknowledged for their potential and taking up the deserved leadership positions. We need more career-oriented policies and initiatives at workplace for women that are critical to advance economic and social outcomes. Women being in the workforce just doesn't affect the economic outcomes of the organization or a nation, but it creates a considerable impact in improving social factors that affect the fabric of our life. Take for example, women tend to allocate a higher percentage of their incomes towards saving and investments in their communities and in their families. This higher allocation results in better education and health outcomes for their children, includes improved survival rates for girls and higher rates of child nutrition. The least we can do as businesses is to reduce the gender pay gap, to create a conducive environment for women to grow and thrive into the leaders that they're meant to be. There are various policies that can help reduce gender gaps, although no one solution is standalone or one solution is enough. These include laws that ensure equal property right and access for credit to women. Ensuring financial independence is possibly the closest thing to a silver bullet that we have today. Sadly, women who belong to marginalized communities, including women of color, LGBTQIA women, and women with disabilities, often face even more unique and more significant challenges than other women. Companies that recognize these challenges and take steps to address them are likely to achieve greater gender parity at all levels and meet their diversity and inclusion objectives. Given that I have spent a career in the IT industry, I truly believe that women in science and technology will be a driver for growth in the emerging economies. With the adaptation of technology, the job market has also evolved. These evolving job needs are empowering women and leveling the playing field. The new service economy does not rely on physical strength, but the strength or skills such as determination, attention to detail, and measured thinking for which women are known for and can be trained adequately. This becomes extremely important for developing countries like India, which are desperately trying to close the gender gap and are building a knowledge economy focused on emerging technologies. Dramatic advancement in automation and artificial intelligence, AI, are rapidly replacing low-skilled and routine jobs and closing the traditional path of development through industrialization. Empowering more women to enter the ICT workforce not only creates economic opportunities for them and their families, but also addresses the scarcity of skilled workers in that field, fueling growth in this particular kind of economy. As women increasingly become tech-savvy, Their involvement in creating and developing technology products and services will enrich the industry and enhance its relevance to female consumers, leading to more and more innovation and economic prosperity. It is of utmost importance to foster entrepreneurship and business leadership in women, as ably articulated by my previous speaker. Women leaders do bring a unique set of skills and imaginative perspectives to the table, which can be of great benefit to an organization. Their presence can bring about structural and cultural changes that foster effective problem solving and decision making. They approach problems from a creative standpoint and possess a unique sense of awareness that allows them to uncover finer details or talents that may be overlooked by others. Entrepreneurship presents a path for women to close the pay gap and rise to leadership positions all on their own terms. Running their own company offers the opportunity for women to collaborate with and hire other ambitious and like-minded women, fostering a new generation of women in leadership roles. Women entrepreneurs, but while this is fantastic news for countries like India, a recent report that I read states that India can grow into double digits if more women participate in the product line of the economy. But sadly, the reality is only 7 out of every 100 entrepreneurs in India are women. Women entrepreneurs do face, several hurdles as compared to the male counterparts when it comes to their entrepreneurial success, facing unconscious or conscious biases, stereotypes, lack of access to markets, and training are some of the few bottlenecks that should be removed in order to support them and help them grow. It is absolutely critical that women participate in the decision-making processes. It's interesting to note that while motivation and evidence warrants an accelerated rise of women in top leadership positions, the growth has been abysmally slow. Gender-diverse boards are also more likely to appoint female CEOs and board chair. In a nutshell, it can be said that women in decision-making positions contribute to a greater number of women leaders and vice versa. It is therefore important for governments and organizations to start taking concrete actions to ensure inclusion within and beyond the boardroom. To enable more women in leadership positions, we need to start establishing institutional settings in a way that promotes and empowers women to pursue and excel in leadership positions. Women leaders bring diverse experiences and perspectives that greatly foster innovation, as varied viewpoints enrich the decision-making process. Consequently, organizations with higher diversity tend to outperform those with lower diversity. When women take up leadership positions, they bring unique skills and fresh perspective, as well as structural and cultural diversity, leading to more effective and successful solutions. At SAP, I can proudly say that we urge our staff to participate, take a stand, and voice their opinions against all forms of discrimination. Our aim is to be recognized as the world's most inclusive workplace, a company where everyone is valued and respected for their unique qualities. We celebrate our human differences and strive to create a culture where everyone can prosper, enabling us to create a positive impact on the world and enhance people's lives in general. In conclusion, I'd like to say that it's widely acknowledged that disparity between men and women in various aspects of life, particularly in the economic sphere, has had significant repercussions and can hinder a nation's economic well-being. The consequences of such inequality are far more severe than previously anticipated. The complete picture underscores the need for increased gender parity, making a compelling case for pursuing it more urgently. So good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. In order to know more about women career-oriented policies and initiative at workplaces, I would request Ms. Manali Nagori, Head Human Resource Pipeline Infrastructure Limited, to please come on stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ASSOCHAM, for providing this opportunity. It's an honor to be part of this forum today and an opportunity where we can share our thoughts around empower women, empower nation, and role of effective women leadership at workplace. Some really valid points made by Nidhi, made by Shipra, and I'll just try to take ahead this conversation. Moving ahead, do you recognize these women on the screen? Yeah, we do? Yes. I'm sure they don't need introduction on an Indian soil. Their glory gives goosebumps to every Indian soul even today. Their charisma fills every Indian heart with pride. These are women who have been in leading positions, have steered wars, have made difficult decisions, have actually steered situations which are far more challenging. They have broken societal norms and shackles, and they have steered or led multi-million organization off the charts and bounds. India never had a paucity of women leaders. Women have always been leaders, and they may be found in every culture and period. Now allow me to take you ahead to the boardroom and leadership situation at workplace. I think these numbers have already been spoken in our previous session, that the women representation in boards in Indian context. So we have actually seen a change. We have grown threefolds in the boardroom situation. Of course, a lot of work has been done over the last decades on gender disparity or making women representation more higher. Even as per our reports, our 95% of Nifty 500 companies have one female board member, up from 69% in 2017. Can anyone tell me why? Why this change? Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir. Only less than 5% of companies have female chairpersons. Nidhi, you are one of them sitting here in this less than 5%. But that's a hard reality, right? I mean, something which was mandated by law is actually increasing, but is it in the center of the heart? Is it the intent? Is the question over here. Then only that these numbers can probably, improve threefold, fourfolds, or multifolds. Coming to the C-suite situation or the management situation at workplaces, wonderful work has been done, and we all are, kind of putting our efforts to increase women representation in workplaces. We have seen women representation in entry levels, growing up to almost 46%, moving up the chain at 35%, but at a senior management level or a C-suite level, it's still not matching the entry level numbers. So my question here to all of you, every leader, every decision maker sitting over here is, how do we mitigate this leaking bucket, right? 46%, 25%, kahin to kuch leak ho raha hai. How do we really deal with it? How do we ensure that we bring in fair representation of women in leadership or in C-suite roles? What are those challenges we need to overcome? I think by so far, we have established the importance of women leadership. Nidhi and Shipra really gave us hard facts on how, companies are outgrowing profits, or companies are, making more profits, and probably in terms of innovation in products, in terms of product development, in terms of economic growth as a nation, right? What women leadership role is actually there. I'll just try to keep this conversation around and would like to take a step back and to address the challenge that why we are still not reaching those numbers at the management level. To start with, one cannot address this issue by only looking at a problem by a myopic view of only organizational context. It is just the tip of the iceberg. I think the slide already came ahead, but nonetheless. The reasons why women leaders are stepping away from their companies are very telling. They may be as ambitious as men, but the challenges they face in their families, at their homes, or because of societal norms or biases, or experiencing belittle microaggressions, such as having their judgment being questioned, being mistaken for someone more junior, or not given enough advancement opportunities, or maybe a need to prove more than your counterparts, or maybe, probably not enough or no representation at a women leadership levels are, few of the key reasons that women are actually stepping away as they move ahead in their career or not going up to the ladder. So yes, so if today's women cannot or is not able to reach there, what happens to our second generation women, right? They're watching us. So, and they're actually putting higher premium on diversity, equity, inclusion. So it's actually our prerogative today that how are we really, kind of working towards it to ensure that this bucket does not leak I mean, it does not leak ahead. So also to say, because there are so many men sitting out here, it also talks about the change which is already happening. Not that men don't struggle, but it's just that our challenges are different and very deep-rooted. Let's quickly demystify this iceberg over here and how, the change needs to begin, and just not at the organizational context, but to starting from self. Now, self over here represents women herself and their family. Our behavior is a culmination of how we have been brought up, with what values and conditioning of our mind. Women's self-worth needs to be addressed at this level first, because since childhood, what we have been told, लड़कियां weak होती हैं और हमने मान लिया, right? लड़कियां घर ज़्यादा अच्छे से संभाल सकती हैं और हमने मान लिया. लड़कियां दोनों काम संभाल सकती हैं और हमने मान लिया, right? लड़कियों का माँ बनना ज़रूरी है और हमने मान लिया, while it's a choice. So these are the questions with which we have been brought up. These are the thoughts, rather, which we have been brought up. And do you know, even today, women find it difficult to ask for their rights in terms of pay, rewards, help, support, because of this low self-worth, because of the conditioning of their mind. Unless we uphold ourselves worthy, how can we expect the society to treat us with equality and dignity? Because society possesses its own barriers. What we call is that age-old stereotype. Pink box, blue box. Right? लड़कियां ये करती हैं, लड़के ये करते हैं, is what we have been hearing about. Even our roles have been divided like that. Women cannot crunch numbers, women are primary caregivers, women are emotional, women cannot make tough decisions, she's not here because of her merit, etc. Who made us think that these narratives, which are fallacy of societal stereotypes, are reality of this world? So, each and every pillar of our social construct has to work together to overcome these social challenges. Lot of work has already been happening in terms of our nation's policy, education, awareness, initiatives. Probably more serious work needs to be done, or the work which is being going on needs to be done in a more authoritative way. Digitization and social media are very big tools in today's world to drive this, at least at a society level, to pass on these messages to the last village of India probably, and to ensure that, that each and every girl know their right outside in the world. Now, at the end, organization is the reflection of society. What role we play in effecting this change at self and society level. Organization builds policies, frameworks, initiatives that will support women's journey up the ladder. We need to normalize a lot of things at work. We need to normalize maternity leave. We need to normalize leaves for new dads, right? We need to normalize second career chances. We need to normalize all this. Because until these things are not normalized, we'll not be able to break these shackles, break these biases. We need to create more mentors and sponsors, because that's very important. These sponsors, these mentors will only give more comfort, more confidence to women in the workplace. We might want to shun questions like, during recruitment. Oh no, you just got married, probably you'll be planning your family soon, right? We completely need to shun these questions and probably drive these conversations around that when you start your family is your decision. But do let us know how can we be allied to that journey. How can we make you feel safe while traveling in late hours? If you have self-doubt in your capability, don't worry, we'll provide you a developmental journey. We need to seriously build an ecosystem to make women leadership happen. Trust me, it will take a whole village to make it happen. Though I just said that previously organization view is just the tip of the iceberg, but anything we learned from James Cameron movie it was just the undermated tip of the iceberg which brought whole Titanic down. Hence, let's do our share well. Let me quickly come back to what I represent here today. So I represent Pipeline Infrastructure Limited. We are the India's long privately owned cross-country gas pipeline. Why I emphasize on that? Because we are into oil and gas sector. We transport gas.
So imagine for us, diversity and inclusion is a different ballgame altogether. Because today, even today, oil and gas sector lags far behind from IT sector or from corporate services sector in women representation. And there are real challenges when it comes to diversity and inclusion in the oil and gas sector. What PIL is doing, I'll talk about 2-3 quick things, and then I'll show you a quick snapshot. What we are trying to do in terms of a DEI is we have put DEI in our corporate strategy. We have put it in our company scorecard. We have put it in our ESG strategy. Because until and unless you take it to the board, board number or the board scorecard, it might not happen. People will not have their heart over there with the full intent to make it happen. So this is at least at the top level is how we are trying to drive diversity and inclusion. Very proud to say that we started with just 2 women in PIL back in 2019. We are 40 in number today. Are we kind of only harping on number? Probably not, because we have a whole lot of journey to take it ahead, to maintain this, to grow this. So let me quickly show you a quick snapshot of how DEI works at PIL. Can we have music? So in the end, I would like to conclude by saying that, belief is there. That's why we all are here, right, talking about it. I think what really needs to transcend or to scale this balance is the behavior. Actions need to be put in with more intent to make it happen. And in the end, if women representation improves in roles that are closer to value creation, then equity would seem to be more achievable. Let's hope in coming future, focus of such discussions would shift from less representation to valuing women potential and capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for giving us such great insights. Next, I would like to call Dr. Siddhartha Kar, Vice President, Software Develop, Product Engineering, Capgemini, Engineering India, Capgemini. I would also like to present a very warm welcome to you on the dais.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really sorry for joining this forum a little late. I was trying to do multitasking. I was in a customer call and also this one. So just tried to manage. So I'm a practitioner, I think, as the anchor introduced me. So I come with almost 30 years of experience in Capgemini. I started my career with TCS 4 years, and then I joined Hughes Software Systems. I'm in the same company, but the brand has changed. I recent Altron and now Capgemini Engineering. So before I get into some of my experience, I'd like to share something which has shaped a lot of things for me. So when I wanted to change from TCS to Hughes, there was some reason, but when I attended the interview in Hughes Software Systems, after the typical technical evaluation, the panel will ask you, okay, anything that you want to know or you want to ask. So I don't know, without a thought, I just said, I have a young son, 1 year old. He doesn't keep well. And So, and I want to change because I see this as an entire, communication organization, whereas I'm just working in a small group of networking group in TCS. So I want to come here, but I have my challenge at home. This small kid I need to attend to, and I cannot work beyond 9 to 5. I cannot work on weekends. I cannot come to office. So if this is okay, then we can, have a mutual acceptance if things go well. When I came out of the interview room, I was just thinking, how and why I said this, because it's not really supporting what I wanted to do as a career, right? But then within a week, I got the offer from HSS. So that was a very emotional moment for me that, if you're good, if you have a value that you are bringing to the organization is ready to support you. I think that's the first realization which has helped me to go through this entire career of mine, where I started as a software engineer and reached to this position of a vice president. Now, why I'm saying all this, right? Because see, we talk about a lot of these policies, acts, the initiatives, best practices and all of it. But the ground reality is the kind of environment you get, the empathetic environment that you get. And the other thing is, it's not just the female or the women employees have an issue or a challenge in their career or, balancing life and all. I think my experience is it's a challenge of the human race, okay, be it male, be it female. I have seen the male members of my team sharing their challenges on the personal life and crying in front of me, okay, and I have seen male members taking leaves, long leaves to take care of their ailing parent. So the issues and the challenges that could be different. It's just that the company need to give some consideration and create that environment so that, and the culture, right, and which can imbibe the employees into the system, into the ecosystem, and then work towards and navigate through the challenges and still contribute. And I think that's something which I believe a lot. So when we talk a lot of, women, diversity, inclusion, and sometimes I feel it's an overdose, to be honest. I may not be saying this in this forum, but I strongly feel this. Sometimes it is. But then I'm also empathetic about the fact that, the challenges, the female leaders, the female employees that they face, be it in the organization, be it in the office, which is very unique to that gender. I think that needs to be kept in account when the policy making is happening. So, so with that background, so I think in summary, what I'm trying to say here is when we talk about empowerment, when we talk about growth and development, I think the first thing is about what you really want. As a human being, be it a male or a female employee of an organization, what is your choice? What is that you want? That drives many things. Okay, if you want to make your career, if you want to do certain additional things, you want to go out of comfort zone, then it is your decision. That is the first thing. Then you see what is the support that you get from your home, your family, what support system you have. That is the second thing. And the third thing comes the workplace. That is how I order the entire support system or the ecosystem that we are all operating. So with that kind of a mindset which I'm coming here, if I look back, when I started my career in 1991, if I would have come to a forum like this, you can count female members in this forum on your hand. Like you can count them in fingers. There will be maximum 10 in a crowd of 100 people of such forums. Now look at the change that we have achieved, right? I can see almost like 80-20%, right? So that is a change that has happened. And how did that happen? It is because we took charge of ourselves. We said we want to do something different, right? And our parents supported us. Our spouses supported us. We created a support system in our family, right? And then we came to the organization, then we started taking charge of us in terms of, okay, I can do this, I can do that, I'm just not confining myself to the roles and responsibilities given to me, right? And that's why how we all have reached to this place today, right? And on top of it, if I look back, I think a lot of Government of India policies also has helped overall. You know, starting maybe 90s, you know, prevention of sati, or, you know, the sexual harassment acts, and, you know, lot of them, like the prenatal diagnostic, the misuse that was happening, right? That's all, it's all gone, prohibition of child marriage. So it's definitely the government also has taken care of a lot of such things. But now I'll talk about Capgemini. What are we doing? Because as I said, I meet employees every other day. My span is around 4,000 people. And I see what is happening on the ground and how are we trying to align our policies, initiatives and practices towards the challenge of our employees. Okay? So I'll just cover some of the points. I'm sure like some of these policies are part of most of the organizations where all of you are associated. So we have policies which go over recruitment, development and the growth, and then promotions, development and promotion, and then the retention. So all the policies span across these aspects of any employee that joins the organization. Now when I say recruitment, our focus is quite there in terms of what kind of target are given to our talent acquisition, the hiring teams, you know, and they are tracked at a very high level, at an executive board level also, as to how are we doing against those targets. Other than that, we also have some attractions and certain policies and initiatives to have our alumni coming back, okay? Employees who have left us in the past, female employees, we would like to have them back in the organization. And the other important policy is the employees, the female employees who have taken long breaks, okay? How do we, mostly after maternity leave, you know, if they are not coming back, then what are the policies that we have, where we have a constant connect and a buddy program, where we keep in touch with those employees, and when they come back, we ensure that they are upskilled. You know, if there is some obsolescence that has happened in the skill, we have learning pathways to make sure that they upgrade themselves. And development and promote, I think the key one is there are sponsorship and mentorship programs, you know, at various levels. Levels and grades, and that helps a lot, especially for employees who are high raters but stagnant because of, you know, various reasons. So just to, you know, conclude, and there are, you know, a lot of such policies in terms of cross BU response, people are resigning, then, you know, giving opportunity to them. Then when they come back from maternity leave, you know, there are success indicators that we measure where the employees are, what is the retention after the ML is, like the employees are coming back from ML. Certain awards Capgemini has received year on year, some of the last years, where from EDGE, which is economic dividend for gender equity, then women empowerment principles, great workplace, most ethical company, best organization for women from ET. So some of these, you know, practices has really helped us to get recognition both at the global and the India level. So I'll conclude. I think women, they need to have the sense of self-worth, which I started with. They should realize their right to have and determine their own choices, and the right to have their access to opportunities and resources, and take charge of their own lives. I think that will make a big difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I believe we all can connect with her somewhere when it comes to handling the babies and going to work and things like that. All right, next we have Ms. Yogita Bhayana, founder, PARI and TEDx speaker, to tell us more on women's participation in decision-making position. May I please have a huge round of applause? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yogita, and thank you, ASSOCHAM, for inviting me to speak here. I run an organization called PARI, People Against Rapes in India. I started it in 2012. However, I was working for underprivileged women since 2007 after quitting my corporate job. I wanted to do something for underprivileged women. But in 2012, I started this initiative called PARI for victims of sexual violence, including boys and girls, young children, and the girls who are brutally raped and killed. With their families, we support. So this is what I do. And I am also part of a lot of POSH committees. So that's why maybe I could relate here. I can speak about that also mainly. Firstly, I don't believe that women need to be empowered. Because I know they are empowered. They just need to know it. As ma'am also said, they need to know their self-worth. It's just about acknowledging it. We all are talking about leadership roles of women. We are privileged, we are educated, we got education, we were from economically better place, we belong to. Let's talk about those women who don't get education, have no economic background, how to empower them. I think that will make more sense to talk about that here, because they are also leader in their own space. Even if they are working as a domestic workers in your houses, they are no less than a leader. They lead because they feed their families. I have interacted with a lot of them. I'm sure you also have done that. Let's support them and let's talk about their leadership. They're also in leadership spaces, just that they don't have the education, knowledge, because education is knowledge. So we can, whatever we want to know, I get so many SOS calls from educated women, women like us. They call me and they say, we are stuck in this situation, can you help me? I said, Google it. You're educated, you can find someone. I have limited space, limited resources. I wish I could empower. Of course, you are already empowered, you just need to know it. So I guide them, it's not that I don't, but I would like to spend most of my time, kind of uplifting a lady, who did not have the education. She needs it more. So I would also urge you to kind of uplift those women. And let's talk about, we are talking about, we don't have space there, like, very less women represent those CEOs, those leadership positions of, so-called leadership positions, because I feel every woman is a leader. So-called that leadership chair, which we don't occupy, we are talking about that. I want to talk about bottom-up approach, like these women, what is the difference between, we have done a lot of studies about like how to stop sexual violence, how to stop eve teasing, how to stop gender violence, It's only about numbers. Only about numbers. Honestly, we represent half of the country. We have almost 50%. Yes or no? Almost 50%. How many women you will see on the road? Driving the bus, driving, like being a chauffeur, being a, I'm talking about blue collars jobs, okay? We need equally, that is equally important. If you want to see them here, they need to be everywhere, That's where the equality will come. Because, of course, I'm not anyway promoting that, these women should only be in blue collars, but at the same time, we know there is an education gap. So till then, they need to be economically sustainable, right? So when we see women everywhere, every sphere of society, I think that will make a lot of difference. So not only talking about the leadership role, that one which we are talking about, also, not so kind of corporate level kind of positions, we need to talk about that also. Another thing, ma'am was also talking about maternity leave, and my friends also spoke on the panel about other benefits given to the women because they need to work in a better environment and all those things. We need to also talk about a lot of efforts and pressure has to be built on paternity leave. If you give paternity leave in your organization, for sure, 6 months you have to take a break. Aapka baby hua, agar you are a male member, please take a break. Take care of your baby. I think women will get empowered automatically. So you need to focus on that sphere also, right? So focus on male also, that you need to train them also, how they can be kind of helping their spouses. So as I said, women are already empowered. They need to support each other, rather, I would put it this way. So yeah, these are the things I wanted to talk about it. Our policies and social structure needs to support each and every woman. So, however, there is a change. I'm not denying that change, but a lot of changes need to yet to come, you know. So we need to, that's what we do. We keep pressing the government. We do a lot of advocacy with the government. We do a lot of deliberation, discussions, and keep forwarding them. So I've also demanded Nari Ke Do Din in the parliament, which talks about women only, women related issues, because we have practical issues to deal with. In the parliament, they need to discuss it, because that's the highest temple of democracy. If they talk about the issues and problems, then only they come out with solutions. So I'm pressing that for last 3 years to the government. So I'm hoping this year they will do this session. And yeah, talking about POSH, prevention of sexual harassment at workplace, that's my forte. I do a lot of trainings on that also. And I have seen that, you know, we are seeing HR heads of organizations, those who are female. But I don't know what's your kind of stand on that, but when I interact with them, they say कि हमने तो हायर ही करना छोड़ दिया है औरतों को, you know, it's पता नहीं कब कौन आके कोई blame लगा दे, कोई झूठ बोल दे, you know, these are the things which are you know, very much practically we are hearing. Don't we hear them? Can we run away from them? We are saying कि नहीं ये बोल रहे हैं, मुझे देख come and tell me कि we have stopped hiring women. Is it a solution? I mean, let's have open discussion on that. So that's what I want to say. They think every woman will come and put a false allegation. It's not the case. Make a safe environment. No woman wants to go through this. So there are, you know, kind of lacunas everywhere. I'm not talking about 1% or minute, even less than 1% of misuse of any law in this country. All the laws are misused. So why are we only talking about when there is something to kind of push women further? ये उनको वही problem होती है. Every day at least 10 people ask me, कितना misuse है ना? देखो महिलाएं गलत आरोप भी लगाते हैं, झूठ भी बोलते. You don't talk about what happens. Why this act came? There was a reason, and there is a sexual harassment which is like vast. It is happening. So why are we getting away with it? So we need to also brace for these questions. So we need to have open discussion on these things in your organizations. Another thing, why we have so much of pressure, I was also hearing my earlier panelists, ki women perform better, the profit is more when they are in leadership roles. Even if we fail, what is it? At least let us be there, no? Malia failed, Adani is failing. So what if a woman fails? Let us fail. But let us be there, no, at least. रहने तो दो, जाने तो दो वहाँ तक, fail भी होना ज़रूरी है, और failing is part of it. So we don't have to take that pressure. We have to perform the best. We need to earn profit. We need to show, oh, we are women, so we are doing better than men. No. Anybody can fail. We are also we have imperfections. So these are the things I want to say. And lastly, I just want to say one thing that, you know, as ma'am also said, self-worth की बात की है, तो let us be. Just let us be. So, and be yourself rather, I would rather put it this way. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you everyone for joining us for this session here. I would request, now we're going ahead with the question answer round, a quick 5 minutes question answer round. So can we have the question, please? I would also request to please identify yourself and then identify the particular speaker you want to ask the question from, and then go ahead with the question.
My name is Subhash. I am from the energy sector, and I heard since morning the sessions giving empowerment to the woman. Now the Yogita has very correctly said the women are already empowered, and God has also empowered them. So now we are discussing since morning the GDP of the world, the enhancement of the emoluments on equal basis to the woman, but nobody has touched the rural woman, uneducated woman, the construction workers, ladies who are working at the site, where the children are playing on the road, on the cement, hot cement, the tarmac, they are there, nobody is talking about them. I have surveyed all over near Delhi, 100 kilometers, the women working in the villages. They do not know. They do not know how to operate a mobile. They do not, they only carry the log, wooden log on their head, the water pitchers on their head. It is their whole day's duty, right from the 6 o'clock till the 10 o'clock, only doing the odd course. So sitting here, we have to empower them who are there at the back, at the last lady sitting in the line, where we are, as you have very correctly said, that we are all educated from the good economic background, and we are still striving high. But we are striving high, yes. You shown me the picture of the famous ladies
So
in one
sorry
of
to
the
interrupt.
slides.
Can we please have the
My question, I'm coming to the question.
Yeah.
I request the panelists to please delve on the issues of the last woman who is on the street or on the villages. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a pertinent question. And I think we've talked from what our experience has been in the corporate. But if I think we missed to touch on the CSR part that is happening in each of the organization. As part of the CSR, at least in Capgemini, there are a lot of investments, there are a lot of initiatives happening where we are reaching out to the rural women. And with the key thing that, as you said, right, they do not know what is the mobile, and so that the digital divide that is increased, we are trying to improve there in whatever way that is possible. So just to summarize, we are not closing our eyes on those areas, and as part of the CSR initiative, organizations are going and reaching out to those bottom of the pyramid also.
So one more thing I'd like to add here. I chair the Lenscut Foundation, and our mission is to actually reach out to women in the segment you just described. And that is what we do by way of our charitable vision care centers also. We open them very strategically in places where, at least in 4 to 5 kilometers, we have a lot of migratory population, a lot of migrant population, and these are actually construction workers, women who've just moved to the town because there was very little to depend on back in the village, and a lot of homeless people. They may live in jhuggis and jhopris, and our female mobilizers actually reach out to them and bring them to our centers to give them what we can, which is vision care. And we're also parallelly running nutrition-based program for these women and underprivileged children alongside. So at whatever level, there is work happening to empower these women. In fact, there is some WHO data which says that in this segment of the society, what is very encouraging over the last 5 years is that the healthcare data has swapped from over 60% men coming out for their healthcare. It has actually become 57% of women are taking care of their health. This has also come out of the Mohalla clinics set up by Delhi government. This is also a data that Mohalla clinics support. So yes, there's a lot of work yet to be done, and I think we're all slowly yet steadily progressing towards that, but it's not as if nothing is being done. Having said that, you know, empowerment, support, even at corporate level, no matter we come from, it doesn't so much matter that we come from economically supported backgrounds, but that's also very, very critical to keep that going on and for the development of the nation. So we can't negate that, but yes, a lot of work is still happening for the underprivileged sections of the society.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we have the next question, please? This is going to be the final question for this session, as we are running a little short of time.
Can I ask a question?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mamta Pant Abhichandani, Head of Public Affairs for Infineon Technologies. More than anything, direct question, it's a kind of observation. Yogita just now said more of blue-collar jobs, but I think our societal norms are such that an average middle-class family would not allow their daughter to become a taxi driver. Our society is such, you know, it's either the women whose husbands have been drivers, they have expired. I mean, they usually come from the lower strata of the society. We are empowered, we had our education in our times, and we managed to reach here. Go 100 kilometers away from Delhi. Look at the plight of women. They don't even have pads to use during the menstrual cycle. Government is doing so much. But believe me, many women are sick. Many of them die during the childbirth. I mean, talking about women empowerment is good. Empower women, empower nation is good. Government is making laws, bylaws. The state governments are coming up, central governments are coming out, but somewhere the society needs to be changed, you know. Mothers would not allow their daughters to drive a taxi, trust me. They will not. Average middle class woman will not let her daughter go out with a taxi. Similarly is with other jobs. So what I personally think is we are empowered, we are making our daughters empowered, but let us give back to the society, educate them. Glass ceilings don't exist in India only, in US also. Wall Street today, no woman can reach at the investment banker level, trust me. I've seen it, my daughter has faced it. So that is the truth of life, you know.
Very rightly pointed out, it's a social change, it will take time, but at the same time we will see the difference because I personally trained. Personally means I took them to the road, I gave them that driving skill to 40 women in year 2007.
They offer me, okay, would you like to go somewhere? Do you remember you trained me? So, you know, I am saying it's a gradual change, but we need to start somewhere. Baby step has to be taken, and that's what my only, humble request is that we, being educated women, if we support one educated, one empowered, already, privileged women can handhold one. And you don't have to go 10 kilometers of 1 kilometer. Within your own space, your own domestic help, your own, people in neighborhood, you just support them. That's it. Everything will change on its own. Yeah, just to add, I think if each one of us can support one girl child, I've done that. Somebody in my neighborhood, I've got a girl child. She is now an engineer, completed MBA and doing a job in Bangalore. Okay, so each one of us can make ourselves responsible for this uphold.
Absolutely. And I think, sorry, I hope I didn't cut anyone. Okay. And I think we need to let this impatience going on now, because what I see is the restlessness, impatience around these topics, right? Why is it still not happening? Why is it still not seen? I think this is the fire we need to keep alive in ourselves to really make this change happen in an exponential way. So yeah, thank you for these questions actually.
Can we have one final question, please?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you, Nidhi. I'm for actually answering my question. That was the question what I wanted to ask. I am Dr. Sudhi, and I lead an organization of social development and public health. I'm an epidemiologist myself, and currently leaving my cushy job, I was a CEO of one of the leading IVF centers in Delhi, across the country as well, Bourne Hall, I think you must have heard of it. And also being part of WHO, I have seen a lot of people, especially the women. You know, somebody talked about the health-seeking behavior. Somebody just mentioned. So I would just let me inform you that the health-seeking behavior in a woman, of course, they must be having it at their heart, but when they come to the actual clinic or the hospitals, it's not that much. The woman, the health of a male is more important to a family than the health of a woman. That is what I wanted to make a point. And you know, having that experience over 20 years, I have seen that women have been definitely, just wanted to make a comment here, that yes, definitely they are coming up. Since morning there was a statement made, woman and nation, empowered woman and empowered nation. That has stuck in my mind since morning, and I've been hearing all the panelists, and thank you so much for enlightening us. But currently, being part of that, it took me myself, an educated, a postgraduate, a person who's been there and done that, to change the mindset of my organization to bring up this division, that I want to work with women, and to answer and also to share my experience that 100 families, I have empowered them, not with blue-collar job, as you said. They are all from the post-COVID situation where they were stuck in, and many people, they lost their husband, they lost their family members, the sole earning members. So now those families are being taken care of by the women, because we train them not on for some
the organizational jobs because they are not qualified for that, but we train them at what they are best at. For example, we tailored them, we got them the tailoring jobs, we empowered them to learn tailoring or some beauty culture or for some small, MS Office jobs if they are trained that much or they are educated till 12th, and taking their children's education also by the name of Project Gurukul, which we run, the urban children and the urban street children. So, educating a woman, taking her, the important thing is to empowering her. More than the education, the empowerment is already there to how to bring it ahead or out of them is more important. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Just summarizing to what all of them have said, just that boon boon se ghada bharta hai, and every drop counts. So maybe we can start wherever we are, whenever we can. Wrapping up this particular session, I want to thank each one of you for joining us for this panel. Can we please have a group picture? Moving towards the next session before that. Can I please have a huge round of applause for each one of them? Thank you so much. Moving to our next session of empowering women through financial literacy and inclusion, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Yashodhara Bajoria, Founder Director, Espresso Technologies Private Limited, Ms. Kiran Yadav, Chief People Officer, Canara HSBC Life Insurance, Ms. Malini Johar, Vice President and Head of Credit Risk Loan, Mobiwic, Mrs. Rima Garg, CHRO and Director, HR and L&D, SMC Global Securities Limited. I request you all to please join us on the dais. Can I have a huge round of applause for our next session speakers? I would request Ms. Yashodhara Bajoria, Founder and Director, Espresso Technologies Private Limited, to please start the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's never a good time to start a session just before lunch, so I'm going to try and keep myself very, very short and precise. Secondly, my other disclaimer is that I had absolutely no idea that I had to come and speak extempo. So I'm not sure what I'm going to touch upon, but just some of the things that have affected my experience or our experience as women leaders in the whole financial sector. Before I tell you about what I do, which is running an outsourced accounting solution platform called CA Expert, we provide outsourced accounting solutions and compliance help to small business owners, which means business owners who are in the sub 5 crore annual category of turnover. We provide them with these solutions. It's very important for us to understand the larger problem, something that what that gentleman got up and said, spoke about the rural women, understanding who these women are. Everybody knows what the pie of MSME in India is when it comes to the contribution to GDP. But I think that we don't understand the entrepreneur very well. We've painted all the women entrepreneurs with one very broad brush. But you need to understand that if you're looking at policy intervention, if you're looking at financial tools, if you're looking at supporting them with compliance or accounting solutions, you've got to understand whether that person really wants it. And I'll give you a small example. Consider that there is a lady who runs a chaat stall. Her husband runs a chaat stall. She's living in Banaras. Suddenly her husband passes away, and now she has to manage that chaat stall. Now her only objective is that that chaat stall should do well. She should sell whatever she's made in the morning. By the end of the evening, she should wrap it up, go back to her home with her proceeds, make sure that her family is fully supported. That's all that matters to her. She's not interested in getting onto Amazon. Even if you put her there, logistically, she'll never be able to carry on from one place to the other. Even if you were to give her a complete support in terms of, say, a loan which is 80% is guaranteed by the bank or by the government, she has nothing to do with it because she doesn't have that aspiration to grow. Not because she doesn't want to grow, but she's very happy doing the kind of work that she's trying to do. So before we talk about policy, before we speak about what can you do to help these women, we need to understand that you need to break down the problem a little more. From that MSME, let's understand, let's divide them as, Manish Sabharwal said in his research paper, who are the dwarfs and who are the babies. The baby has a potential कि आप उसको जितना खिलाएंगे वो baby की potential है कि वो बच्चे से 6 फुट का आदमी बन सकता है या औरत बन सकती है. But if there is a dwarf who's not going to, no matter what you feed that dwarf is only going to remain small. And if all our policy intervention, if all our plans, if everything is directed towards the dwarf and nothing is going to the baby, then no matter how many such sessions we do, no matter how many such leaders we come and speak about, no matter how many slogan cheering we do, the fact of the matter is that we're not going to make a difference. So I think the first thing, as all of us as leaders, is to dig deep. Go down that level, let's break down the problem into small tangible problems. Let's understand that who are these women who you're trying to support, whether they need the help, what is the kind of support do they need? Are you understand the psyche of these women? A lot of the surveys, a lot of the studies are done on very broad basis. Aapka turnover kitna hai, apne kitne, what's your cash flow looking like? Is there a time that you have missed your filing your ITR returns? You look at a balance sheet and you have to judge. But what about the psychometric analysis of that woman leader? There is a reason why that woman leader is a woman leader, because of her certain softer attributes. And I think those are things that we have to consider looking at. In terms of public procurement, and I think that this is a policy that the government is actively looking at. Just to give you a small statistic, and I'll tell you where this came from. The public procurement policy of India mandates that 4% of its procurement will happen from companies or micro MSME companies that are run by women. In South Africa, this number is 40%. So if you're looking at making more women entrepreneurs, enablers, or you want to create that ecosystem, somewhere we need to look at the data points that is coming out of our country. Can we go from 4 to 40? I don't think we need to go to from 4 to 40, but can we go from 4 to 8, 4 to 6, 4 to 5? Definitely. The minute you go from 4 to 4.5, the fact is that that will have a cascading or a trickling effect to that last entrepreneur. And that last entrepreneur, to answer that old gentleman's question, is not the entrepreneur in a city. That entrepreneur is probably a part of an FPO. Can I get a show of hand of how many people know the full form of an FPO? And what is it? Thank you. FPO is nothing but a farmers producers organization. It's run like a cooperative. There are 8,000, I might be wrong with my final numbers, but there are 8,500 FPOs in this country. Some of these FPOs are only run by women farmers. What are we doing to support them? Just to give you an example, there is a farmer-run FPO in Odisha that makes the best quality turmeric in this world. The curcumin content on that turmeric is the best. But because she's in some remote village in Odisha, even though she's on ONDC, the fact of the matter is that she doesn't have any logistical support for her to sell this incredibly useful and very, very good quality turmeric because she doesn't have that logistical support. So the point I'm trying to make is that instead of painting everything with a broad brush, let us in our own spheres break down the problem to smaller problems, to understanding where is the systemic change that you can bring. You can't, India is a large country. Just to give you an example, the district, one of the districts in Tamil Nadu is probably as large as the country of Switzerland. How many banks are there in Switzerland? I don't need to tell you that. But that particular district in Tamil Nadu that has probably paratha makers, you know, those the Tamilian paratha makers, you don't have enough access to finance there, and supply is not the problem. Are people even willing to take that supply? Are we actually selling to the wrong people? So I think that it's great to have this conference, it's great to talk big, it's great to talk broad brush, but I think that we need to break down the problem if you're actually looking at solving it. I also think that the India stack of digital transactions is phenomenal. Everybody is looking at registrations of companies when you're looking at globally, but look at the India stack. You have TREDS, you have the GEM platform for procurement, you have ONDC, you have UPI, this kind of a stack, technology stack available to a woman entrepreneur or to any entrepreneur is unheard of. So using these public rails, if we can look at innovating certain fintech products so that, the women entrepreneur becomes aware of how can she avail a certain loan better. How can she repay a certain loan better? What is the kind of risk assessment that we can do so that it becomes a little easier for her? Can she be, instead of us giving her a loan against larger problems, can we just give her a loan against climatic shocks? Even if she's the best woman entrepreneur of this planet, and you can pick up any women entrepreneur of this planet who you consider the best, anyone, who according to you is the best woman entrepreneur on this planet, anyone, just stand up and give me any name. God, we're sitting in a women's conference, you can't think of even one name? Yeah, Falguni Nair from Nykaa. Even Falguni Nair from Nykaa could not deal with COVID in a better way. So protecting women entrepreneurs from things that they actually need help on, which is climatic shocks, whether it's a flood, whether it is unprecedented, those are the things that you can actually secure them. Because no matter how proficient they are in their business, the fact is that a shock like this can take toll on anyone. So I think that, again, coming back to the problem, I feel that it's great to talk big in terms of what we can do, but I think that as an entrepreneur, if we can break down the problem, understand where those issues are really there at a broader level for the women entrepreneur, I think it will help. I run a company called CA Expert. As I said, we provide outsourced accounting solutions to small businesses. It's a gender agnostic firm, which means we don't have only women coming to us as our clients, but incidentally, it so happened that most of our clients are women. I suppose because it's a judgment-free zone, we feel women are very, very collaborative in nature. When they're coming or when they're seeking out a vendor, they're looking at a partner in place. They're not looking at, they don't treat you like a vendor. They talk to you, they discuss things with you. They know that if they tell you that they've blown away their salary in the first week, you're not going to judge them, but somebody back home might. So I think those are the kind of spaces we need to create in our ecosystem so that women become exceedingly comfortable in talking about their financial journeys. And that's when I feel true empowerment will come. CA Expert is also a part of Niti Aayog's WEP, which is the Women Entrepreneurship Platform. Through that, we support close to 30,000 women entrepreneurs in Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 cities. Remember, there are places where there's sometimes poor network connectivity, language is an issue, but we are very happy through the government supporting these women and ensuring that they go from step 1 to step 2. So thank you very, very much. And if there's any questions, we're happy to take that offline. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ms. Kiran Yadav, Chief People Officer, Canara HSBC Life Insurance, to tell us more about the importance of financial literacy to empower women. Can I please have a huge round of applause?
Thanks. It's my privilege to be here. Wonderful to hear from you. Very passionate. So while you weren't prepared, but I think that's what told us where your passion really comes from. So wonderful, really, to hear from you. Wonderful to be here amongst this August gathering. And when I was preparing, to figure out, what I want to speak about and keep it simple. So don't worry about the presentation. It's just 4 slides. I'm not going to make it very heavy. But I was thinking about what is it that I want to really talk about whenever I make a presentation, whether it's informal, formal, in the office or anywhere. My attempt generally is one that, as an outcome, I want to leave one thought and just one thought with the audience. I want them to, and I say that humbly that, what is that one thought I can leave everybody when they go back home today. And the one thought that I want to leave is a little diverse from what we are discussing today. So we are discussing today like, Yashika also mentioned, we are broad brushing a lot of things today, which is like, everybody who's underprivileged is financially not literate. That's not true. That's not true at all. Let me quickly talk why. If I ask you a question, small quiz here for everybody. Lunch is just 40 minutes away. Quick quiz for everybody. What is your opinion on commodity trading in futures? Is it a safe bet or just another lucrative looking risky proposition? What do you think, guys? And this is open to boys as well, not just the females. What do you think? Is this a good option? You feel it's a lucrative option. I heard one sound there. I'm not sure if everybody else has understood the question and, option, right. So anyway, the bigger point was that we may not understand conceptually how to answer this. If I simplify the question and say, okay, let me ask you a much simpler question in 5 seconds, who can tell me, will your investment double if you're getting 8% annual return compounding? What will the number be in 5 seconds? Yeah, so the point is that if you're not able to answer these two, which means all of us here should also not call ourselves very financially literate. And that is, the message that I want to leave with everybody today, that while we are financially independent as women, we, our colleagues, people in office, we are financially independent, we may not be financially literate. And when we are not financially literate ourselves, we are not helping the universe at large do better investments, do better planning, and all of that, right? So that's the one message I wanted to strongly leave for all of us, including me, who allows my husband, so I am the CPO, I make decisions in my office, but in my home, and not that he wants to make those decisions, but I'm just too lazy to, think about it, and so I let him make all the decisions. So, on this Women's Day, I would encourage all of us, and for all the gentlemen here, to encourage your wives, daughters, mothers, sisters, to also, push them. Sometimes, we just, like I said, lazy about it. Push them to understand finance better. You are never, ever adequately informed. There's always more that you can learn. So that was the message that I wanted to leave for all of us. Let's take that step and become smarter, sharper ourselves. To answer a very, wonderful, just 1 second. Sir had asked a very pertinent question about, what is it that we can, do about people who are not as privileged as us. Thank you for that question, sir. And I am so glad that I can answer that right now for all of us. I think somebody on the panel also had mentioned about CSR is something that we can use very effectively to support this. While my CSR pillars include environment and education, but one thing that we are deeply focused on is women financial improvement, women financial literacy, and that's something that we love talking about, and we've actually done something about it. I'll also share a video, sir, quickly about it. But before that, to tell you, what we had done, we picked up one block, and India is a diverse country. We picked up one block, 5,000 women in Sona. There's a district in Haryana called Sona. We picked up 5,000, women over there. And today I can proudly stand here and say we have made them, financially, made their lives financially viable. So we actually took, 3 years to train the entire setup, the entire block on cutting, tailoring, designing. And today they are people who can stitch and sell garments themselves. So I'll show you a video about it as well. But yes, we can take pride today in the fact that we made that investment. And in villages, those who worked in villages will also know it takes a lot for women to come out of their houses and do actual work. So it took a lot of education, planning, and a lot of support from our CSR partners, but we enabled 5,000 people to, over 7-8 years now, to actually be independent and do something themselves, teaching them, bringing them up. Interestingly, in COVID, again, COVID came, and while we had taught them so much, but they couldn't make money. So then we stepped up and we supported them with an e-commerce website. So with the whole e-commerce setup we made for them. So again, when we are supporting CSR partners, please look at it long term if you can afford to. Do not drop the ball in between, because then you're leaving them nowhere, in no man's land. So you have to, when you support people, you have to do it like ma'am, earlier panel, she spoke about supporting a child till she went and became a graduate, a postgraduate, and is working today. Similarly, CSR partnerships, you can't leave very soon, because you have to see how much effort it takes to make them viable. So when we realized that they were doing well, but COVID came, we actually enabled them towards e-commerce. We made their website, and today they are literally making lakhs, and running their household. So when their husbands could not do farming, they are the ones who were selling things on websites and making things beneficial for themselves, which is what we want to say today, that financial literacy really empowers women. When you teach a man, you teach an individual. When you teach a woman, you teach a generation. It's very powerful, because as women, we influence families and neighborhood and everybody, and that's something that all of us should take more seriously. I would quickly want to show the video to really showcase what we had done and why, even if there are small steps, we can all make a difference, and just use all the resources that we have from organizations and see what we can do about supporting people who are less fortunate.
मेरे हस्बैंड मुझे कहीं जाने नहीं देते थे, तो मैं उनकी बगैर इजाज़त के नवज्योति जाना स्टार्ट किया और मैंने वहाँ पे सिलाई सेंटर का कोर्स किया। मेरे हस्बैंड की डेथ हो गई और मेरे पास में कोई भी चारा नहीं था कि मैं अपने घर को चला सकती हूँ। सिलाई के साथ साथ मैंने एक छोटी सी शॉप बनाई है। उनती से नहीं जुड़ पाते तो मैं आज ये शायद कुछ भी नहीं कर पाती, और शायद मेरे लिए 20-25 हज़ार कमाना तो नामुमकिन, 20-25 रुपए भी नहीं कमा पाती मैं।
Unnati was jointly conceived by Navjyoti India Foundation and Canada, HSBC, OBC Life Insurance. Since its inception, Project Unnati has been a symbol of empowerment, resilience and self-reliance. This baby, the child, has grown into a beautiful, strong pillar of hope. 1,200 women from 32 villages in Sohna block come under the umbrella of Project Unnati. It's a total program of Unnati Atmanirbhar. It is heartwarming to see the positive effect it has had on these women. This project has not only given the women a sense of independence, but it has also made them see their hidden potential, which they are using to support themselves and their families. One word thank you is not enough. You've all done some very good deeds in making Gurgaon women Atmanirbhar. Thank you very much.
मैं अब आत्मनिर्भर हूँ। Yeah, so that is something that we had done. Quickly moving on. I come from the insurance sector, and I thought I'm getting a very august gathering here. Let me speak a little bit about insurance. A little different concept I want to talk about and leave that thought here with everybody. Today in India, there are thousands of crores, yes, thousands of crores of unclaimed monies lying with all insurance companies. And the reason we have unclaimed monies lying with us, we can't do anything with that money, is because there are thousands, lakhs of people, human beings, who've not informed their families that they've taken these policies. And unfortunately, on their sad demise, the family is not able to come forward and claim this. It's extremely unfortunate. Somebody has made a good decision, taken a life insurance policy, but they have not informed their spouses. They've not informed their families, and hence on their death, the money is lying unclaimed. That money at this point is running into, like I said, hundreds of crores of rupees. So even if all insurance companies, we try very hard to find people when we, figure out that something could have gone wrong, but it's almost impossible, to find them. It's not easy. And it's unfortunate because the premiums have been paid, the money is available, the family would be needy, but they do not have access to the information. They did not know that the human being, the man of the house, had done some investment for the family. Unfortunately, also, in India, as a culture, we don't discuss death. It is not seen nice in houses to discuss what will happen after you go away. And that is sad because, if somebody's planned so much for you, you should know and have access to all of that. Women do not have that access. And, we think we are invincible, nothing will happen to us, but life is uncertain. We've learned that every day now. So it's very important that we ensure and we spread the message in our families, everywhere we know, that whatever you've done for your family, let the family know. So we had, in fact, as Canada HSBC, we had run an initiative and a marketing campaign for a very long time called the Red Box, which means that, everybody should, so in fact, all our new policies we sell like that, make a folder, put everything in the folder that your family needs to know and leave it with them. You don't want to worry them today, it's fine. Tell them that this red folder is what you need to open when I go away. So that, they're aware that something has been done for them. And that is what we, encourage, that all, members should know what the family has planned for their, financial needs. That's something which we thought is a very small initiative. But if every person, can inform their families through a folder on what they've left for them, it will be so much more easier for families to survive later and not be in a lot of pain. So that's something that we have done as an initiative. Quickly, when I'm just, as I wind down the notes, when we all know what happened when demonetization happened, there was a parallel economy women were running at home, right? In atta boxes and our closets, there was loads of money which was coming out of that. So it's not like women are not aware or they aren't smart enough to save the money. They are. It's just that it's time to become smarter about it. It's not just about saving the money, or at best, again, like I said earlier, all of us, very financially independent, but I'm sure 70% of us are investing in either golds or putting it in FD, or if you live in Gurgaon, selling your soul to buy an apartment. So, we have to go beyond that. Financial independence and financial literacy is beyond that. So let's, try to make an effort to know more, invest sharper, smarter, take our kids on a financial independence journey, and, hope that, with us the world will grow. And, as Indians, we continue to grow, do well, and use our money more effectively and better. Thank you very much. It's been lovely. Pleasure to be here again. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to call upon the podium Ms. Malini Johar, Vice President and Head of Credit Control Loan, Mobivik. Can I please have a huge round of applause, please?
So, hi. Just like my friend Yashodhara here, I am a little unprepared for a speech. I was hoping for more of a quick Q&A discussion, but here we go. So firstly, thanks a lot to ASSOCHAM for inviting me to this podium. I remember a few years ago I was in the audience and extremely awed by all the gracious and successful women leaders out on the stage, so feel very, very humbled as well as proud of myself that I've been able to reach here. So thanks a lot, ASSOCHAM, for inviting me, and also for inviting me to share a stage again with, dignitaries of my gender. So a little bit of Q&A that I would like to start with. How many women here, and sorry gents, more folks focused on the women here, how many women have a UPI app on a phone like MobiKwik, Paytm, GPay, whatever? Almost everybody, right? Almost everybody. How many women have an FD? Have made their own FD? Went to a bank, made an, or signed up online? Fewer. How many women have taken an insurance for themselves? Good. How many women make their own money? Almost everyone here, right? We are all earning. How many women have started an SIP? Good to see more hands raising here. How many women have taken loans in their names? Not credit cards, loans in their own names, other than home loans. See, so this is the difference, right? We earn money, we spend money through our UPI apps, we invest money, mostly in FDs, a little bit in SIPs, we don't take loans. So financial inclusion, financial literacy, and as my friend Kiran talked about, it is much more than financial independence. Yes, we are all financially independent. I'm making my own money, I can decide to buy my 5,000 rupees Zara jacket. But can I make the decision to invest those 5,000 in an SIP? Probably no. So this is basically a very, very sensitive topic when women talk about handling their own money. There are a bunch of reasons, and there's a lot of historical context to it, that why women don't manage their own money. The very first reason being that this is a recent phenomenon that more and more women are stepping out, having their own bank accounts, making their own money. Mostly it was either a household money when the agricultural income was there, so it's more of a household income, controlled mostly by men. Mostly men were the ones who were stepping out, earning money, and women were given a budget to manage the household. And then the savvy women were saving that money, as again Kiran mentioned, in the atta boxes, under their mattresses, for a rainy day or for an emergency fund. And that was primarily the role of women. You get the money, you get a limited amount of money, and then you manage the household within that, and then save something for any future needs. But with that, you have access to a very limited set of money, right? Our money under the mattress is not growing. And what we don't realize is that if my money is not beating inflation, if my money is in a bank account or an FD, if it is not beating inflation, it is losing value. This is something that we have not been taught. What we think of is that a money in my hand is better than a money in the stock market, which may or may not grow. However, what we do not know is that if I put my money in a mutual fund, any decent mutual fund, any index fund for that matter, in a 5 years period of time, it is bound to beat the inflation. It is bound to give you 12, 13, 15% rate of interest in the long run. So we have to stop looking at money in a very short run, in a very transactional way, but look at what this money can do for me and how it can secure my future. So talking about inclusion, financial literacy, financial independence, this does not mean having enough money to survive. It means having enough money to first have a goal and then to be able to meet the goal at the time that you want to meet that goal. So for example, first have a goal. Do I need money to have a very comfortable life? Do I want to retire at 40? Do I want to retire at 60? That is a goal. Do I want my kids to go to a Harvard for future education? That's a goal. Do I want to save money to buy that Nola car in the jeweler that I saw? That's a goal. But you have to first identify what your goal is. And then based on that goal, you have to see how do I reach it. Everything, right? When you went, when you started off, okay, I need to study. Why? Because my goal is to get into a great college. My goal is to get into a fantastic workplace. And then you set a goal and then you work towards it. Financial independence is also one of the goals. So you have to set up a goal, what I want to do with my money, and then you have to very actively work towards it. You cannot leave it in the hands of others. Nobody else can study on your behalf and make you crack a college, right? Similarly, again, as Kiran mentioned, right, we are lazy when we have to manage our own money. I let my husband take the decisions, and it is the most comfortable thing to do. We also have the luxury of leaving, or a lot of women have the luxury of leaving money matters to the hands of their husbands or to the other men in their household. But a lot of women don't, and they have paid a huge price for not being able to control their own money. Because you may be in an unhappy situation, you may be in an abusive situation, but just because even though you make money, you don't control your own money, you are not able to walk out from that situation. So having control over your finances is very, very important. And what I personally feel is that a woman who has control of her finances is able to make better decisions for her family, for herself, because she knows that what can hold me back and what cannot hold me back. So one more thing that I wanted to talk about is this is mostly on the investment side. And there are a lot of options in investments, even like on an FD, women end up getting a better loan. If you take a home loan, women end up getting a better rate of interest, women end up getting a lower registration cost, because that's how the government is trying to empower the women in holding more assets, in holding more money, so they are able to control their finances if the need arises. However, there is also a very significant portion of managing your finances, and especially to reach a potential or to reach a goal, is taking debt in the right way. So I head the loans portfolio at MobiKwik, and we do a lot of work at MobiKwik to make lending easy, as well as educate our customers into why you should take a loan and how to take it easily and why you should be repaying the loan. It has been said time and again that women are the best borrowers and they are the best repayers. Women don't like to take risks. Women don't like to default. Women doesn't want a collections agent standing at your home saying, please pay my money back. Women don't like that. So they take debt very, very responsibly, and then they make sure that they pay it very, very responsibly. However, in our country, again, in the last 5 years, a lot of growth has happened, but still only 22% of the overall loans in the country go to a woman. And this is not entrepreneur, startup loans or business loans. These are overall loans when a lot of loans are actually taken as home loans in the name of women because of the other, because of the advantages I just talked about. Even then, women are only taking 22% loans in the country. If I talk about, how much money I put in the bank versus what is the loan amount that I get, women get 27% of, equivalent of credit to their deposit. So if all the women are depositing 100 rupees in the bank, women are only getting 27 rupees in loans, versus the same number for men is 52%. So it's almost double. If all the men are putting 100 rupees in the bank, men are getting 52 rupees back as loans. So there is a huge difference in the way men versus women leverage debt to make, to help them grow their business, and debt is a very, very good tool to help you increase your income, to help you reach the goal that you need to achieve. And as I was mentioning, I work with MobiKwik, I head their loans, and even after having a process wherein everything is digital, women are digitally equipped to handle their finances, as we just saw, right? Everybody has a UPI app, everybody is able to earn and spend the money. Even then, I'm sorry, I lost my train. Yeah, even then, women are not taking debt to increase their income. So finally, just to conclude, there are a lot of aspects to financial literacy, to financial inclusion. Not everybody has to start big. We should start small. We should research about the areas available for us to increase our income, to increase the areas of our investments, to make sure that our money works for us in the prudent way. Start with small amounts across different options, instruments that are available, and see what works for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us such great insights. Next, I would request Mrs. Reema Garg, CHRO and Director, HR and L&D, SMC Global Securities Limited, to please tell us more about the issues and challenges faced by women due to lack of knowledge about financial instruments. Can I please have a huge round of applause?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, ASSOCHAM, for having me and letting me talk on the topic which is very close to my heart, which is about financial inclusion. And I come from a company, SMC Global Securities, with a tagline, Money Wise, Be Wise. We advocate that we sell all financial services products under one roof, be it stocks, be it mutual funds, be it insurance broking, and we advocate that for any of your financial needs, you can come to us anytime. And I head the HR, not the business side, but then, yes, we have a lot of females in our organizations, and I would like to start with some data first, and then we'll have some discussions on the financial instruments. Yeah. So out of 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, gender equality and women empowerment is one of the major goals. and greater access to financial services to women can help us reach this goal. So this is one of the goals of UN Sustainable SDG, wherein it comes 7th in the rank, the women equality and the gender equality and women empowerment. When I talk about the women in the country, the women constitute more than 40% of the population, and more than 1 billion women have no access to financial literacy. And if all these women are made financial literate, this could lead to the greater economic growth and could also, we can soon reach with the PM's vision of 10 trillion economy by 2026. So we have to see that there are a lot of females who are still not financially literate. The situation in urban India is not very good, but when we talk about the rural, it is worse. According to McKinsey Global Report, country can add $700 billion of GDP by increasing women participation. So we can see that the women are not financially literate right now in our country. Women in the country have hurdles in accessing and using digital financial services, as the mobile users, the female mobile users, are much, much less than the male mobile users. Females are not having even the mobile phones. What will they do about the digital? How will they use the digital financial services? So if we look at the data, the women literacy is at a very backside, and we need to work very hard to maybe reach to a level wherein we talk about gender equality, or we can reduce the gap, the financial gap between the male and the female. Now let me talk about financial access and financial literacy. How many of you, I could see there are almost 30 females here. How many among the females have a bank account in their name? If you can be a bit higher, the hands. Bank account. I think every woman must be having a bank account with them, yeah? Please keep it raised. It may take time. Yes, I could see almost all the hands up, even with the panelists. Okay, how many of you among these females have a demat account of their own? So many hands went down. Out of 30, I could see now only 5 to 6 hands raised up, wherein females are having their own demat account. I think the numbers would raise with my next question. How many of you do have the life and the medical insurance with them? See the numbers raised. But then out of this, how many have taken these insurance on their own, or it was provided by the corporate? If it is by the corporate, you can put your hands down. Yes, you can see the difference. It was given to us by the corporate, we got it. We never tried hard to have life and a medical insurance. Do you know the life expectancy of a female in the country is 69 years in comparison to the male, which is 65 years. So you're going to live 4 years more than a man, yes? So don't you think you need to focus more onto your investment plans, onto your retirement? You need to focus more onto your retirement plans, because you are going to have more medical issues in your older age, because you're going to live 4 years more than the male counterparts. Yes? But how many of us even think in this aspect? And believe me here, if I could see all the females, they are working, they are on their job, and the numbers are so less. Think about the females who are in the rural areas, who don't even have an access to these financial services. what would be the ratio there? How many females are there whose finances are managed by their husbands or by their father? If you can raise. It's the same as with me, so I'll start with myself.
It's the other way around.
You manage the finance of your husbands? Very nice. We need to give a big round of applause for her. Maybe we are somewhere ashamed to even raise our hands. There was a question by Ms. Bajoria. She asked, what is an FPO? When I talk in terms of an IPO, all of you must be, since you're managing your finances on your own, you must be applying into the IPOs. Who can tell me what is FPO in terms of, not the male, the females? What is an FPO? Yes, please.
First public offer?
No. Yes. Very nice. I think we need to give a big round of applause for her. IPO? Initial public offer. So, it's not about knowing, or it's not about whether we know these terms or not. It's all about how are we are earning, all of us are earning, right? But we are not using it efficiently, you know, because just with our savings, we are not going to sustain. We have to increase. I was just going through data today. Someone who must have invested 10,000 in 1979, if he would have kept enough bank fixed deposit, the amount today would have been 2,68,114. If they would have invested into gold, the amount 10,000 invested in 1979, today it would be 4,08,474. But if you would have invested into stock market, can anyone guess what would be the present value? If you would have invested 10,000? Any guesses? 10 lakh? 4 crore? The data is showing 45 lakhs 28,568. If you would have invested in Sensex itself, because Sensex in 1980 was 100 and today it is 59,000. So this is what I would like to say, that we need to we need to think more towards how we can increase our savings. How can we we just don't keep our money into the saving accounts, rather we invest them into more aggressive financial instruments. I've got this note for conclusion. I had a lot to say, but then I would like to conclude. So I would just like to say that all the females here in this room, all the educated females who are here with us, I would request you all to just go home and look into your portfolio. Where are you investing? Have a peek in. You're earning, that's good, but then just peek in and see where I can invest better so that I can retire in a better way, because we are going to live 4 years more than our male counterparts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the speakers present here. I would request to please have a huge round of applause for all of them. We are going to have a very quick 5-minute question-answer round, and we're going to have only two questions for this particular session. I would request to not brief the question a lot. Please have a to-the-point question in case you have. Please identify yourself and the speakers, and then go ahead with your question. Can we have the first question, please? Can we have the mic?
Kiran ma'am, this is Ritika, an assistant professor at Lloyd Business School. I think all your panelists were wonderful. My question is for you, because we teach in business school and we give the same financial literacy to all our female and male students, but still we find even if 20% of male students are investing their pocket money, which might be like 2,000 or 5,000 rupees a month, but 0% women students are investing their money in stock market. So how can we make sure that they start taking this, maybe say, you know, this kind of risk in the market by investing their money, by maybe studying more, taking an initiative themselves to study ahead about what is happening in the market here?
Thank you for that question. I think a lot of it comes from cultural conditioning. You know, they haven't seen their mamas doing it. And, you know, in Indian households, you know, the great Indian middle class, we've, you know, at some point we have brought boys and girls at the same level in education. बच्चे को लड़की को उतना ही पढ़ाएंगे जितना लड़के को पढ़ा रहे हैं. But we are not teaching girls other things. That, you know, पढ़ाई तक ठीक है, but what about, you know, knowing other things as well? Just like we are not teaching boys cooking, we are not teaching, you know, we're teaching women to earn, but not to do, you know, what to do with it. And because, you know, the great middle class janta, you know, is growing up, and when we start earning, our first, you know, thing is to start shopping. Because, you know, all that mama didn't buy or didn't allow is what I'm going to do first, right? So I think somewhere we are not even thinking about it because in our minds we've not been taught or we've not seen it happen. So again, you know, when the quote that I used, that, you know, when you teach a man, you teach an individual. When you teach a woman, you teach a household. So, you know, let's start with what we are, you know, because today I don't think my child is learning, you know, all of this because I'm not taking those decisions in the house. It's very clearly, you know, a daddy's domain. So let's start today, you know, on this Women's Day, at least, you know, 50 women sitting here. Let's start being more, you know, conversational and, you know, talk about it, that why this is important and, you know, start making those decisions, get out of our comfort zone, because when girls see us doing it is when they will do it themselves. You know, it's just that it is not on their priority list because they haven't seen it earlier. So I think somewhere, you know, we need to start just prioritizing ourselves, and in colleges, you know, so wonderful that we have that subject, and maybe, you know, we can, you know, push girls to start investing, you know, right away. I love the question, yeah, Rima had, is on DMAT. So I do have a DMAT account, but that's because my niece was doing a training in Sher Khan, you know, and she forced me to take it because then she had some numbers to meet. I never used it. So, you know, somewhere maybe in your course, you can start by, you know, telling women to start, get some stockbrokers, get some Sher Khan people, you know, get some people, talk about it, and yeah, sorry, SNC, get them to talk about it and, you know, start investing. Once they get hooked to it, I'm sure they'll take it up.
Yeah, I would like to add to it. I think it is not there because we don't have role models for the same. Like when, we have increased almost 100 retail branches in SMC, and like from the tier 2 to tier 3 cities also we are having those branches, 101 branches. So when I went for a visit to those branches, I could see none of the branch manager was a female. So I had a question with my zonal manager. I said, आप लोगों को एक भी ढंग की लड़की नहीं मिली क्या? क्या branch manager बना दो? So one of my north zonal manager, he got excited and he made one female branch manager, and she's in Daryaganj itself, and we named that branch PCG Women Group, Private Client Group, Women Branch. And that branch had all the females and there was not a single male in it. And believe me, that one branch is doing the best job or is getting the maximum revenue than the other 100 branches. And we had a contest for the Dubai. Like anyone who gets the target would go to Dubai. And that PCG branch, Deepti Shaw is the branch manager of that branch. And she was the first one to qualify for that contest. And within 5 days, she qualified to go to Dubai. And then we were just thinking that since this contest was for 3 months and she just qualified in 5 days, what should we do? We told that you double it and we'll even take your spouse. Then I had a question, why only spouse? Let her decide what she wants to take along with her. So it's like lack of role models is there because of which people are not investing into the stock market, yeah.
Thank you very much. Can we please have the next question? This is going to be the last question for this session.
Yeah, hi. मेरा नाम बलजीत है. Just to add, like मेरी wife financials, घर के finances handle करती है. Actually, करनाल में there are 5,000 women like who are part of SHGs, and they have saving of 50 crore. Just wanted to understand from you that कि उनका investment आगे कैसे like कहाँ invest कर सकते हैं, and that like livelihood में भी कहाँ पे वो invest कर सकते हैं.
I think they can invest into the very nice PMS. बहुत सारी कंपनीज की PMSs हैं. मोतीलाल का बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, हमारे SMC का बहुत अच्छा PMS चल रहा है. You can come and invest with us. So we are open, and I'll arrange a relationship manager for you. You can come and connect with me. We can go ahead with it. Yeah.
I think just as an ending thought, there's one homework for all the women here, and that homework is, even if you don't do anything, just take over the IT return of your family. The minute you take over the IT return of your family, you will understand how everything works. You'll get educated about not only what your income is and your family's income, you'll understand how it's getting tabulated by doing what gets impacted. So as a one task, even if you don't do anything else, today onwards for the next financial year starting 1st April 23, make yourself a commitment that this year's financial IT returns, which is going to be next year, will be done by you, for you, your husband or your brother or your sister, for your entire family. By doing that one exercise, you're going to be able to get a 360-degree view of what this entire ecosystem and how it operates, just as a part.
Thank you very much. I am very delighted to inform you all that the chairperson of National Commission for Women, Mrs. Rekha Sharma, is going to be our chief guest for the upcoming session. She is the chief guest for the day, of course, but she'll be joining us in the upcoming session. I want to thank each one of you for joining us for this particular session, and everybody who is listening to them, questioning them, and telling us more about the internal parts and the insights of everything, whatever we are discussing today. We are going to have a 30 minutes lunch break. I request you all to please have your question with your peers and the speakers during the lunchtime as well, as we all are very excited and we are filled with a lot of questions. I want you all to please be here for the group picture as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want all the dignitaries and our guests and speakers to please join us for the 30-minute lunch break. I request everyone to please come back post 30 minutes. We'll be having another announcement as we have to start with the third session of the day. Thank you very much.
The lives of common people with Kartavya. Shattering the darkness of
To please come back to their respective seats. Hi. Start now. All right, thank you so much for joining us back. It is my esteemed pleasure to welcome you back once again. I am Harsha Joshi Pandey, your host for the day. Thank you so much. To bridge the gap impacting women's health, our next session is on women's holistic development through healthcare management, education, and sports. As we know, women are having a different milestone not just in corporate but in different segments as well, including healthcare, education, and sports. I request Dr. Sunita Gudara, former Asian Marathon champion and wellness coach, Professor Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi, Chief Strategy Officer, Dr. Professor Vandana Arora Sethi, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Growth, Lloyds Group of Institution, Dr. Shikha Sharma, Managing Director, Nutriwell Health India, Dr. Preeti Chitkara, Head PR and International Relationship, KIET Group of Institution. We also have Ms. Sonal Singh, Corporate Communication Head, Jindal Stainless, joining us very shortly in the panel. I request you all to please present a huge round of applause for our next speakers. I would request Dr. Sunita Godara to please start the session. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. बहुत बढ़िया खाना हो गया? And we all empowered citizen because male are also here. So how's the Josh now? एक बार और. How's the Josh? Okay, I'm from sports field. 1984, when marathon started in India, and in 1982 marathon started in India, but in Olympics, marathon started in 1984, and that was my first year to become national champion in India, and I went to Boston. So when I went to Boston, then I saw, oh my God, so many ladies running. In India, only the champions were running. That time, in 1984, only champions. Hobby ka to koi naam hi nahi tha. Nowadays, the scenario is different. What I saw in America that time, in Boston Marathon, I see that in India nowadays in Vedanta Marathon or Tata Mumbai Marathon and all. In fact, with my education in public administration, master degree and PhD in sports, I was supposed to be in the academic side, but somehow I'm a jogger turned marathoner, and then marathoner shifted to professional running. So I'm the first Indian who started professional running marathon, earning in dollars through marathons, because that time in India only there were 3 marathons. So I used to go abroad, and that's how, when we say empowered, women empowerment, we alone cannot do. I believe in that because I am the real example of this. If your family is with you, then you become more empowered. My family, parental family never stopped me doing outdoor activities, doing rock climbing, parachute jumping and all that. So I was there. Otherwise, in parachute jumping 5 times, parachute jumping, I remember there was a general's daughter, army general's daughter, और एक indemnity भरनी होती थी कि your daughter's death is your responsibility. He did not sign that indemnity form and she could not go, she was better than me. And when my father had to sign that, he said, जाना है, मैंने कहा जाना है, तो बस sign हो गया. So that's how parents are very important, they make you empower. Then husbands, brother वगैरह मैं छोड़ देती हूँ, they make you empower. My husband, blessing in disguise, was my guide also in marathon. And when I met him, I was just a national champion. He made me Asian gold medalist because scientific approach and the support which you get in family, then only you go to international level. You can see PV Sandhu, always mother going with her, parents are with her. You see all married women who are now winning Olympic gold medal, their family is always with them. So family plays a very vital and important role to make you empowered. Now, अपने आप से आप क्या कर सकते हैं? तो I'm just sharing few incidents. In 1985, there was Indira Gandhi प्राइज मनी मैराथन फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. आज जो 10 लाख होते हैं उस समय 1 लाख होते थे. सारे फाइनेंस वाले बैठे हुए हैं दिनों. सो 1 लाख प्राइज मनी मैराथन. कैन यू बिलीव इन मैराथन मेल वर गेटिंग 1,50,000 like that up to 14th place, and female were getting only 25,000, 15,000 and 10,000. So somehow Rajiv Gandhi was Prime Minister then. I thought, let me do something. I was 25 years old then. So when I went to receive my prize, I just made a packet and gave him that packet, and I said, only 3 prizes are in female category and male prizes are 10. It is total disparity. So please, the ladies who are standing there and the young girls who are standing, ek ko bula ke aap de do. And then and there, he was little furious. He said to the organizers, तुम लोग इंदिरा गांधी के नाम से मैराथन करते हो and you don't give any importance to ladies. And since then, I'm so privileged to have that issue in my hand, and prize money is same in marathon, which अभी क्रिकेट ने शुरू किया है. मेल फीमेल का सेम पैकेज. 1985 they announced, and since then there is same prize money for male and female. So that's how, you know, you do things, you become empowered. Like जो topic है entrepreneurship, the skill development programs, making more women employable. Somehow I was into sports. I became Asian champion. Then I started my own NGO, and then Delhi government अभी वाली तो ज़्यादा नहीं कर रही है, but शीला दीक्षित के time में there was GRC, Gender Resource Center for Women. Because we are talking of International Women's Day, so I'm talking of all those gender resource development courses were opened up through NGOs, skill development. I was also part of that. My NGO was part of that. And then I learned Stri Shakti Kendra kaise chalate hain. And I started that in 2007, and till now, 45 girls have become entrepreneur in martial art from the slum. So, you know, they need only opportunity, one dedicated person, good hand on them, and the facilities. Then they can come up. When I was running, safety problem was there, which is always the problem with the women. What I did, I was a qualified coach. मैं दीदी थी सबकी जो मेरे साथ दौड़ते थे. So I was a qualified coach. I started club in the year 1984, and I started giving free coaching to boys. Young boys, those who were state level. I am national level. State level boys are running as as my pace, maybe better than me. So my fellow runners were boys. I started that club. Girls बहुत कम थी that time, you know. We were struggling to get more girls. So anyway, that club system was started in 1984, that running club. And today, in Delhi, we have more than 25 running clubs. So, you know, see, when I started, but वो empowering वाला जो आता है ना, अंदर से भी आता है. You know, you have to do yourself. क्या कर सकते हो आप खुद को empower करने के लिए और दूसरों को empower करने के लिए. And then vocational training में, the girls who were doing courses in my vocational training center, today they are trainers. Their living is from there. It is now almost 17 years they are with me. So it gives me good feeling that I am able, being a sports person, okay, taekwondo, black belt trainers I could produce through the taekwondo coaches, but in skill development also. And now the second is to provide support for innovative sports and physical activity programs for women empowerment. It was my dream to get corporate sponsorship, that is CSR started few years back, and I was always thinking, I'm running Skechers Club for the runners, free training program. वो दिन कब आएगा जब कोई corporate मुझे training program देगा? And we were trying. This year, I've got Tourism Finance Corporation of India athletes training program, CSR initiative, and I'm able to finance and support training for 5 grassroots level athletes, and 3 are girls. and they are from very humble background. So this way, when you are empowered and you start giving others, empowering others in whatever way you can, I think that is women empowerment. As far as the entrepreneurship is comes in sports, few ladies were coming to my club, and innovative sports, which is a new sports like Iron Ball Federation of India, so we started new game where these ladies were not thinking कि मैं उससे कम हूँ, इससे कम हूँ, and they started playing that game, very new game. And today she is international referee, mother of 2 kids, 49 years old, and today she is the director of the Iron Ball Federation, and she is an international referee. So this way, when you have opportunities, you give others opportunities, then you empower each and everyone. So women empowering women is my motto. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Next, I would like to request Professor Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Growth, Lloyds Group of Institution, to please join us. Thank you.
So good afternoon to the August gathering and to my fellow panelists and fellow speakers. It's such a proud feeling to share stage with people who represent us nationally and internationally. Thank you very much, ASSOCHAM, for getting me here. And this comes as a surprise. I thought we were doing a Q&A as a panel on the stage. But it's difficult to stop when you start your career as a teacher when you come on the stage. So we don't look at the watch, but since I've been told 8 minutes, I'll try to restrict it within 8 itself. It's actually a beautiful feeling to see men as well as women present in this hall today, because usually when we talk about women and starting from 1st of March till 30th, 31st of March, we attend a lot of women conferences and we see only women. So it's a great feeling, and a loud applause for all the men who participate in these conclaves. I'll start my talk with a small riddle. I don't know if it has been done in the morning already. So the riddle goes that there is a father and a son who are traveling on a highway and they are hit by a truck. And the son, unfortunately, the father unfortunately dies. And the son, unfortunately, is injured badly. He's got some brain injuries. He has to be immediately operated upon. He's taken to the hospital. The father's already died. He's taken to the hospital. He's lying on the table, which has to take him to the operating room. And the doctor looks down and says that, oh my God, I can't operate. This is my son. So who do you think and how do you think this happened? So thank you, because the doctor is the mother. But very few of us think on these lines that the doctor could be the mother also. We think one-sidedly that because the doctor could be a father, even in this generation when we see 30 to 35% of doctors present in hospitals are females. Not now, but when this riddle was asked in Boston University a couple of years ago, it was seen that 14% of people present in the hall could only answer the riddle. So only 14% could think that the doctor could be a female also. Such are the things that we face professionally when women go outside. And the topic today about healthcare, about management, about education comes so close to me because I have been in all these sectors. Not like Godara ma'am, but yes, I have run a couple of marathons when I was a little younger, when my knees were not as bad as they are today. I have been into healthcare because I started my career as a research scientist with Rinbaxy. And now management because I'm leading a group of institutions since the last 18 years in the senior management. So all these things come though naturally, but I will not say the struggle of being a female finishes there. It carries on from the day you step up into the professional career till the time probably you close it. So I'll touch briefly one minute each on one of these each of these sectors. Again, I don't know if men talk about equality as well in these sectors, and if they also understand holistic development of men in each of these sectors. Because again, there was a conversation one day between a black woman and a white woman, and they were talking. So the black woman asked the white woman, what do you see in the mirror when you get up? So she says, when I get up into the mirror, I get up, I look into the mirror, I see that there is a woman. So she asked the black woman, what do you see? She sees a woman who is black. Because the black woman has to face racism when she goes out into the world, whereas nothing like this exists for the white woman. Similarly, there are men who would not like to talk about equality because they have never faced inequality. And that's why it gets difficult for a man to talk about holistic development of the masculine gender, and it comes naturally when it comes to females, and we talk about equality and inequality in various fronts. Starting from sports, we all love getting into sports. A lot of us are getting health freaks. We like running, we like jogging, we like getting into various sports. And it is so much important for the mental level of all females. When it comes to sports as a career, men are considered to be more stronger, more faster, obviously because of the biological dominance that they have of having higher endurance, of having more lung capacity, of having more muscle mass. But there are funny things like certain games like dart games. You know, the rules are different in dart games for men and women. They make it very simple in UK and in some European countries, in not all countries. The distance to throw a dart is probably 2 inches lesser when it comes to women. I really do not understand, would a woman really collapse in front of the dart if it was the same distance as men? When it comes to golf, for the people who've seen people playing golf, the hole which is closer to the player or the one which is easier to achieve is called the ladies' tee, because it is simpler to achieve, because it's closer, and because it's easy to win. So that's called a ladies' tee. When it comes to sports like cricket, women play 4 days of test cricket versus men who play 5 days. I personally, I'm sure there are people who have created these rules who know better, but if our kids are taught from the very young ages to play together as players and not as girls and boys team, probably the rules will be the same and we'll not have to struggle about equality and inequality later on in life. And similarly, the economic disparities which come in sports, following this because they play separately. There are women basketball games and there are men basketball games. There is women cricket and there's men cricket. Men cricket being followed a lot. A lot of revenue comes from it, which it, in fact, later on affects. And there are economic disparities where Virat Kohli earns 5 crores per year. He did it last to last year. At the same time, the captain of the women's team, they earn 50 lakhs to 30 lakhs. So that's the disparity, where women's team reached the women's final in cricket T20 World Cup in 2021, or 2020 or 2021. They were given 3.5 CR, whereas the men's team who were out from the earlier stages were given 41 CR, where Roger Federer and Serena Williams both qualified the singles of the US Open and became the singles champion. Identical trophies they received, identical positions they received. Serena Williams received $450,000 versus Roger Federer, who received double the amount. So if we are made to play on the same field from the time we start playing games, these economic disparities will not stay. I'm sure Madam will have more to tell about sports on how these disparities stay. Moving on to healthcare research, since I come from research, there are very few researches, now it's on, but since the late 1990s, very less research was done on medicines on females, on pregnant females, on females who were at different cycles of their hormones. Whereas
most of the studies were done on men. That's why a lot of medicines proved to show the clinical trials, the results on women's body. Now it's started more in pharmaceutical companies. Coming to education, which is my forte now, only 6% of women, I feel, in the senior management, and what comes in the data also, close to 6 to 7% of women are there in the higher positions as vice chancellor, presidents, and deans, whereas most of the faculty and teachers are women in India and globally. Only 20 to 26% of people in the middle management in education are in, are women. So that is the kind of, things that we do not want equality. We definitely do not want equality in various places because two different human beings. But since we talk of healthcare, we talk of education, we need to first come close and get into the ocean. And my last words to all the women who hear me is we have to stop being afraid of the sharks in the sea. We have to start believing in ourselves and get into any sector, healthcare, education, whatever holistic development we are looking for. There are only small fishes in the ocean. Believe in yourself and put a step inside the ocean. And you will see you will be able to swim through. All we need is our own belief and our own confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I believe you have taken out a lot of insights from the topic today. I would request Ms. Sonal Singh, Corporate Communication Head, Jindal Stainless, to please join us and continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Am I even visible? That's a problem I often have to face. So I was not actually prepared for a speech. I thought it'll be a panel discussion, so I had come with my pointers. But yeah, now that the time restriction is 8 minutes, I think I can meet it. So please be ready to bear with me for a completely impromptu speech. Now, I represent the corporate sector. I've been in corporate for the last 16 years, starting with the PSU, then being in central government with the Ministry for Ministers' Communication, then to a multinational company, and now to a promoter-driven company. So I do not have the experience of my veteran panelists in the field of healthcare, education, and sports, but what I have done is been on the other side, which funds and sponsors these initiatives for a lot of NGOs. And the biases play out at all levels, including those within the corporates. So what I've decided to talk to you about in the next few minutes is how we can find solutions to the problem statements that we already know. So let's look at any kind of discrimination. Say which form of discrimination were you educated about from the very beginning of your life? Which discrimination do we know about? Yeah, so that is a woman-based discrimination. I'm talking about structured formal education of discrimination. You have read about SC/ST discrimination. There are progressive laws against them. We have been, जैसे कि बिहार में बोला जाता है, घोर के पिलाया गया है हमें, how we have been discriminated by the Britishers for the color of our skin, for who we are. How is it that none of us have ever been structurally taught the discrimination that women have been facing for ages, for centuries? If you read the book Sapiens, it goes on to tell how actually the women of today are the most liberated women, and how there used to be a rule in Greek laws that, if somebody steals something from the house, you can actually go and capture their women. So that was the law. Women were like cattle. How is it that none of the courses in our social sciences book have dedicated chapter on gender discrimination year after year, which is taught to us like British predominance was taught, like SC/ST discrimination is taught, like all other forms of racism is taught? And if we do not have that kind of sensitization at that level, at the primary education level, do we really think that we will be able to fight this menace of gender discrimination after the age of 25, 30? Sensitization has to be encrypted in your DNA for it to yield results. Now, let me just put forth some data before you. Last year, we had collaborated with UN Women to have an organizational dialogue on this gender disparity within the Jindal group.
So we came to learn that 2 crore women dropped out of a workforce in 10 years. 2 crore is the population of Sri Lanka. Of all the BSE listed companies, there are only 5 women CEOs. 1/10 of parliamentarians in our country, which is a 70-year-old democracy, is only 1/10 of the strength is women. 19 out of 195 countries have women leaders. Of all the women that you see who are inducted with us at the GET, MT, assistant manager, associate manager levels, only 10% make it to the CXO level. I'm not even talking about CEO. 5 ही CEO हैं overall BSE companies में. Only 10% make it to the top. In India, the population of women will be close to 50%. I don't have the exact data, but ये माना जा सकता है 50-50. Only 17% of GDP contribution comes from women, because obviously घर में रहना, रोटी बनाना, बच्चों को पालना is not cash flow business. We are talking about immense, structured, institutionalized discrimination against the girl child, against the working woman professional, year after year, without teaching it to our students, our children. So anyone who has an opinion, who has an idea, who has a voice in this field is labeled as a feminist. Whereas this problem is not the problem of feminism, this problem is the problem of society. शांति नहीं तब तक जब तक सुख भाग न नर का सम हो, नहीं किसी को बहुत अधिक हो, नहीं किसी को कम हो. So with this, I'll come to the second point. First point is, with due regard to all the educationists who've been here, why don't we have structured education on gender discrimination as a necessary curriculum point in all the schools? Then we come to the onus on working women. So I've been working for the last 16 years. I have dealt majorly corporate communications, HR, even to some extent finance, have a lot of women. But I have been in the manufacturing sector all through, which is typically heavy manufacturing because it includes working in blast furnaces, in smelting factories, in high temperature exposures. Say around 45 degrees is the ambient temperature in those working areas. The presence of women has been on the shop floor in the best of companies has been to the tune of 15 to 16%. In the worst of companies, it will be 3 to 4%. What is the reason behind it? So allow me to share 2 examples with you. When I joined, I had 2 flatmates. One was a civil engineer, the other one was a chemical engineer, and they both got the opportunity to work in a plant. So the civil engineer, she took it up with immense gusto. She actually went to the plant. She oversaw the expansion projects day after day. For years she was doing that. Whereas the chemical engineer, she always wanted to chicken out of all the so-called punishment posting zones, always wanting to keep it safe in the AC zoned offices. There is no prize for guessing who will succeed. So where does the onus lie for breaking the barriers? Where does the onus lie for us to go beyond the so-called boys club and make a mark for ourselves? We have to stop expecting the world to liberate us. Until we come to the realization that it is only us who can liberate us from our expectations, which may be conditioned, and reach to the heights that we have been wanting to reach, and stop asking for it as though it's a charity, only then will the turning point come. As Sheryl Sandberg says in her book Lean In, social rights are never asked for, they are always seized. वो जो भरत सिंह 23 साल की उम्र में कह गए कि अधिकार मांगे नहीं जाते, अधिकार छीने जाते हैं. So it is never going to be in a comfortable situation where organizations will come and offer you that you take up this daunting task, you take up this challenging assignment. There will be, and mind you, of all my bosses, I think I have worked with 2 best men bosses who have offered me ample opportunities. But at the end of the day, it will still be up to us to grab them. So this change starts from us, not just in our offices, but also in our homes. Now, if our children grow up seeing that we have always taken up the home chores, or we have always taken up the so-called menial jobs at home, and let the men play superior, let our husbands play as though they rule the show, it is not going to be surprising if our daughters turn up into a replica of what our mothers were. So the point I want to highlight here is that we have to watch out for the benevolent sexism that exists in a lot of us, कि औरत ये काम बहुत अच्छे कर लेती है, but इन कामों से दूर रहती है. इस तरीके के stereotyping से अगर हम खुद हट जाएं, तो not just in corporate, but in all related sectors, I think we will be able to do better. Then there is, of course, the guilt trap. Show me a woman without guilt and I'll show you a man. So again, like I said, once we move out of our own expectations, we can move out of the guilt that we forever live in. And another very big decision that lies in the hands of senior women is the hiring decision. So just to give you an example, I recently hired a woman who has 3 children. The first question that is asked to me is, will she be able to deliver? If I am able to deliver with 2 very young children, then I have to have the capacity and the courage to entrust another woman to do it. And it is with each such hiring decision that the ball game will change. As long as we keep playing safe, as long as we keep delegating the field work to the men, as long as we keep discounting women or ourselves for the future challenges that may come, such as child's illness or their education, there is not going to be enough scope for change. One very major barrier that I have seen women, including myself, face in their careers is the barrier of being liked. So there is a very good study by Leadership Psychology Institute. It's called as the Hedy-Harvard study, in which it was proven, after considering a global sample, that success and likability are positively correlated for men. You like successful men. You like the aura of aggression around them. But success and likability is negatively correlated for women. You do not like women who are go-getters. They seem a little too less feminine, more masculine to you. So, and we are in that trap, by the way. We are judging each other like that. So if we can break this own Barbie barrier that we have in our minds, for instance, Barbie is a great example of a completely non-functional woman created by the world. What is a Barbie? I mean, she has no feet. She can barely stand. Her torso is twice the length of her, legs. Whoever created Barbie, we should completely junk it. So these are the games, these are the, soft femvertising that the world is always selling to us. There was a time when feminism, when women were commodified. Today is the time when feminism is commodified. So, so this is what I wanted to convey. I don't think I have more time left on my hand. So with this, I'll end. I'll end with a few lines I had read when I was a child, and they have stuck with me. So I'll end with an appeal that when you go back to your home, even if the schools don't institutionalize the knowledge on gender, you please do in your families. The lines were, बच्चे पैदा करे औरत, पर वंश चलाने वाला कहलाए पुरुष. बूढ़े बुजुर्गों की सेवा करे औरत, पर बुढ़ापे का सहारा कहलाए पुरुष. खेत का 3/4 काम करे औरत, पर किसान कहलाए पुरुष. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As our speakers are saying, they are not prepared for these kind of, conversation. I believe your experience and the kind of insights you're sharing is more than enough. You guys really don't need to prepare anything. We are very privileged to listen to all of you. Continuing to same, I would request Dr. Shikha Sharma, Managing Director, Nutriville India Health Limited, to please continue with us. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone. As the fabulous ladies on the dais have already spoken so many things which, as a woman leader, you would experience. So, can I have the image, please? The image. Yeah, so this is the image first I want to show you. I purchased my BMW sports bike last year. Now, why? The question is, why did I purchase my sports bike? Because at every stage, you question yourself, can I do it? Or is this something which I cannot do? So when I was younger, I always had this fancy for motorbikes. And, but at that stage, I was very nervous. So I learned how to drive a car, but the motorbikes were slightly outside my league, as I thought, that I can't do it, because I hadn't seen any woman ride a motorbike. So last year I told myself that if I keep doubting myself for such a small thing, how will I inspire other women to take challenges and do it? So last year I started learning, and then I told myself, before I change my mind, let me go and buy a motorcycle. So that's what I did. So the first question is, aren't we doubting ourselves every time? Why do we need somebody to tell us, you can do it, you can do it? Why are we waiting for others to tell us, you can do it, you can do it? Let's have the courage to do it. Let's have the courage to challenge ourselves. That's the first thing I'll say. The second thing I'll say is that a lot of limitations we as women have put on ourselves. And that limitation starts from the conditionings which we have internalized, which could be any conditioning. And that conditioning could be whatever you can think of. I mean, whenever you think that, can I do this? Question what is the internal conditioning which is preventing you from doing it. And that is why I would say that most of my time now I would like to share with our panelists, and let's have a Q&A. So from the audience, please come up and ask questions about what's your dream and any one thing which you think is preventing you. Just share openly. We'll help you overcome that conditioning. Because what I can tell you is that each one of you can achieve anything you set your heart and mind to. Anything. Why I'm saying so is whether it is in the boxing ring, whether it is climbing Mount Everest, whether it is sports, whether it is army. I'll give you a small example, and then I'll just, I would love to take questions from the audiences. I had gone to Israel, and in Tel Aviv, I was a little nervous because a lot of people said it's a very unsafe country, unsafe city. There's a lot of bombing which happens all the time. But I wanted to go because as a youngster I had read Mila 18, which is about the formation of Israel and the role of women in forming Israel. So that was one of the, it was like a holy place for me because that's where women had come up and created a country along with the men. So when I went there, I experienced a blast. So incidentally, that night, there was a blast at the border of Tel Aviv. And I got scared and I started questioning, did I do the right thing? The next morning, and by the way, when I stepped out, everything was normal. Everything was normal. In fact, I saw 2 women walking by. And I said, my God, how brave at 3 a.m. they are walking. And then suddenly it struck me that all women in Israel are trained to be an army woman. So for them, walking at night is nothing. Coming from Delhi, I was thinking, oh my God, how is she walking at night? How could she do it? But I realized every woman is a soldier in Israel. So it's nothing unusual for them. And the next morning when I went to the conference, nobody discussed the blast. So I very hesitatingly thought, I hope I'm not losing my mind. Nobody's discussing the blast, and it's the biggest thing in my mind. And I asked a fellow, a lady who was sitting next to me, I said, wasn't there a blast last night? She said, yeah, it happens, but we have this iron dome, which means that there are rockets which are shot and they neutralize those bombs in midair, and that's what you heard. And I was saying, wow. So that's called courage. So I think I'll go back to my chair. I would love to have questions, and let's have a discussion about what's keeping you back from achieving your big dreams. And that, I think, would be the takeaway for today.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You surely have a beautiful bike, and we might have a discussion post this session, if you have time. All right. Moving to our next speaker, we have Dr. Preeti Chitkara, Head PR and International Relationship, KIET Group of Institution. May I please have a huge round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I would never be able to study ever. Will I be able to face this world now? I should run away to some place where no one can see me. Literally, a maxim has been wisely said that failure is a stepping stone to success. These words mean very little to a 10-year-old. though I believe that this does not undermine the emotions that accompany them. So no 10-year-old girl should want to run away from her home, isn't it? But what was the reason that dragged her to think all of it? The girl thought of it just because she failed in a primary class. And that was because of a lack of prior English education and she turned into an author who has written several books till now. Born in a refugee family, she has turned into an extraordinary girl now. But initially, she had to face a lot of struggle in her life because she was born at a place named Sardana. It's near Meerut. And from there, she had no tuitions, no background, nobody could teach her into English. And something that was just, pulling her back was time and again, the humiliation, the kind of embarrassment that she was facing all through during that small age of hers. It was something which made her rise early in the morning at 5:30, and she was reaching back her home around 8. Because she had to go for some tuitions in Meerut because nothing was available in Sardana. It was a small town. Sometimes miracles happen, and a neighbor to her came down as I should say, as if I simply call her, it's a God's gift that came down to her life, and she trained her into English, and then after she'd never looked back ever, and she found herself among the toppers after that. This was something which was like unbearable efforts done by her and her family. But I believe that I learned to always take on things that I had never done before. Growth and comfort do not coexist. These are the words of President and CEO of IBM. That's a paradigm, a perfect paradigm to this girl, and this girl is here in front of you, Dr. Preeti Jitkara. So I believe, good afternoon everyone, and this is something I'm really delighted and honored to be standing in front of you all and to be a panelist among such learned personalities from healthcare, sports, academia, and different other sectors. I was keenly observing the inputs being given by my co-speakers, the way you guys, inspired, and the way you guys came up with your thoughts. It was really something which would have given a little, I should say it was something which gave a brainstorming session, as much as I believe. I think there are members out here who would really correlate with what they said. And I really salute such women who have made something in their lives and they are able to share it from this kind of forums. But then when they share, I just wish one thing, that these kinds of things are shared from various forums during this month. This is the month of Women's Day. So Women's Day is being celebrated. That's the reason is that throughout the month we'll be talking so highly, so nicely about all this. But do we take it back to our homes and work on it? My co-speaker just said, please, let us work it out. Let us do something which can make us stand out. And being from the educationist background, I believe that it is something which gives me, goosebumps when it comes to listening to such speakers and giving us such kind of inspirational things. But we have to bring it on ground. It is not just the papers, just the words, but we have to work on it. In fact, Nari Shikshit to Samaj Shikshit, ye hum kab se sunte aa rahe hain. Isn't it? Yes or no? You all agree with me? Nari Shikshit to Samaj Shikshit. Par इतना कुछ जो मेरे को स्पीकर्स ने कहा, मुझे लगा अभी भी बहुत कुछ बचा है जो इतने शिक्षित होने के बाद, इतने लोग शिक्षित होने के बाद भी रह गया है, कहीं छुटा है. As per Times of India, nearly 40% of adolescent girls in the age group of 15 to 18 years are not attending schools, while 30% of the girls from the poorest families have never set foot in the classrooms. This implies that major chunk of girls or women in India are still not educated. No education means no development in any form. As I said, Nari Shikshito समाज शिक्षित. अगर शिक्षित ही नहीं हो रही है नारी, तो क्या? Who's going to work on that? I am aware of one of the girls. It's the true example, anecdote I should say, because she is a part of the family where she resides in Mumbai, where she has there are 4 siblings, all 4 girls. 3 of them are above 80 kgs. The 4th one, the biggest one is, or I should say the 3rd one is the eldest, 120 kgs. As my other speakers even mentioned, किसी ने आपको बताया कि कुछ काला रंग वो रोक देता है. This 120 kgs was something which was hampering her growth, her confidence, her, she was not able to live life, in fact. The kind of thought that was hammering her head was, I can never get married. Along with me, my 3 sisters, the ones who are above 80s, will never have a perfect match. Moreover, her father, their father was a laborer. Labor होते हुए उनकी job चली गई due to some other reasons. And she was the eldest one. Being eldest, she had to work for the whole family. पूरी family के लिए उसको कमाना है और साथ में एक ये burden भी कि मुझे अपनी तीनों बहनों की शादी करनी है. How will I be able to make it? Now this girl, what she does is, she starts working very, very, very hard because she's residing in a very developed city, I should say, or a metropolitan, Mumbai, wherein even if you don't give any dowry, at least you have to arrange for the food, and the family has to be invited to the marriage ceremony has to be conducted, and everything. Minimum, bare minimum, be 15-20 lakhs is needed for one sister's marriage, and there are 4. Herself, she dropped the idea, ever in my life I will get married. But for her 3 sisters, 2 sisters again, she was a little reluctant because दोनों तो 80 kgs की हैं, पहले तो इनका match ही मिल जाए. Just one sister. And she, with her that little saving, she could afford to marry just one sister of hers, and that is the youngest one, the slimmest one, I should say. But somehow, one thing which came down to her very late, just because of the education, was that beauty is not external. बहुत लेट आया उसके मन में ये. वो जान पाई भी इसीलिए क्योंकि वो पढ़ी लिखी थी, कर रही थी इतना सब कुछ. आज वो समझती है कि यार, what have I done to our lives? Beauty is not just the external phase, it is internal. We need to have good character, we need to have good personality, we need to have good positive attitude towards life. But somehow that dawned to her quite late. Now she feels, for me तो अभी बहुत time हो गया, अभी मैं नहीं कर सकती, लेकिन at least मेरी एक sister की शादी में कर पाऊँ. ये चीज़ें भी हमारी आज की लाइफ में, जहाँ हम कहते हैं कि हम पढ़े लिखे हैं, हम इतना कुछ कर रहे हैं, the girls are also being motivated now and then. I won't feel, I won't go on very negative attitude of it. I'll be very positive that everybody is even supporting. In fact, somewhere the thoughts are such, who is not supporting us? Many a times we ourselves or our female colleagues. I believe that we should be supporting each other first. Give hands to others. अरे वाह, मैं इतना ऊपर आई हूँ, आओ, come, let's take you along. You also rise. But हम कभी-कभी ये गलती कर जा रहे हैं कि हम खुद तो आगे बढ़ जाते हैं, but एक factor होता है हमारे अंदर जो हमें बाकी लोगों को आगे बढ़ने नहीं देता. Ma'am gave a very beautiful example that she had somebody, a person who she was to hire, and if the lady is there amongst the hiring panel, would she not be able to understand that, yes, why not, she'll be able to deliver? Kids are responsibilities, but they are not burdens. So why won't she be able to deliver? Of course, she'll give the best of hers. And being so sincere to our works, being so dedicated to our things, I believe the education has empowered us. What education gives us is not just that we study books. It rather gives us the life skills, the practical skills that no one ever told us. It gives us the confidence to deal with the world and the multifaceted people out there. It makes us smart. It makes us well-informed. Gives us the confidence, the communication ability. how we have to articulate our thoughts to the others. This is what comes down to us through education. And the positive attitude, that is the most important thing that dawns upon us. So in my opinion, today's education policies have to work upon it. In fact, I would say that NEP has still helped us out by giving us such kind of educational liberty. And I believe ma'am's point was there that we should have something on gender equality. Of course, that should be there as a part of it. But then, who is going to train them just in the classrooms? Can you think that just the classrooms can train us, any one of us, be it men or women, into learning gender equality? It is we ourselves, the mothers, the parents, the sisters, the wives who have to take the command. We don't have to discriminate amongst our boys and girls, sons and daughters. And we are going to train them since their childhoods. We have to motivate, inspire, instill in them since the childhood itself. When you look into the mirror, no matter what color you are, no matter what width you have, or no matter how healthy you are, or you think yourself to be fat, just say one thing: I am beautiful. And it's a true thing that I'm sharing with you. Every day I step out of the home, everybody looks into the mirror, and every day I look into the mirror and say, I'm so beautiful. I'm so smart. I have that courage. And just sharing, attraction has dawned upon me. If you see my previous pictures and you see me today, there's a lot of difference. And that is not something which I have brought in. I have not started using any mask or started doing something else. It's just internal thing that has come out. It's just the confidence, the positive attitude, the positive sense that you spread about. I know that I am the public relations and international relations head in one of the institutions, and I share it with very good vibes, or I should say with a great pride. Whosoever comes to KIT Group of Institutions and meets me says, ma'am, what a positive vibe we get. It's not just me, it's the positive thought which is being spread across. And that is what is to be brought down to all of us, I believe. Where the female relations live in grief, the families soon wholly perishes. But the family, where they are not unhappy, ever prospers. This is something which I believe all my friends would agree with me. जिस कुल में स्त्रियां शोक में रहती हैं, वह कुल शीघ्र ही बिगड़ जाता है, और जहां प्रसन्न रहती हैं वह सदा के लिए बढ़ता ही जाता है. नारी समाजस्य कुशल वास्तुकारा. You all agree with me? Yes, स्त्री समाज की कुशल वास्तुकारा है. I would just conclude my words by sharing the words of Nelson Mandela. And it will be the conclusion for, I think, all my panelists, and all would agree with me. Our deepest fear, I'm not just talking about females, I'm talking about each and everyone out present in the audience even. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. ये सच है. हम इसलिए नहीं डरते कि हम किसी चीज़ में कम हैं. हम इसलिए डरते हैं कि अगर हम बाहर आ गए तो पता नहीं क्या हो जाएगा. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. And the moment we liberate ourselves from this fear, our presence automatically liberates others. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much to all the speakers for joining us here. We are honored to have you all here. We have 5 minutes for the question-answer round. I would request and reiterate to please raise your hand, identify yourself, identify your particular speaker you want to ask a question from, and go ahead with your question. Can we have the first question, please? Can we have the mic, please?
I think you'll be audible.
woman has to work twice as hard as a man to reach the same position, breaking the glass ceiling that exists. But when she reaches that ceiling, she's been regarded as, oh, she's as successful as a man, or she works as hard as a man. And I'm sure while you must be riding the bike really well, people must be saying you're riding the bike like a man, right? So in that proposition, what is the kind of, respect and recognition are we getting in today's world, being labeled as a man if you're doing well?
That's a very fascinating question, and so I'll give you my perspective. My perspective is that when you set your heart and your mind to do something, I think we should have the confidence not to allow comments affect us. Because, I mean, what I'm trying to say is the biggest problem which I see in anyone who stops short of being successful is they are too dependent on comments. How does it matter? How does it matter what people say about you? How does it matter what they think? The question is, are you in love with your dream? Because it's a waste of energy, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of mind space if you allow a lot of comments to affect you. So what I'm trying to say is that there's some choices which everyone should make, whether a man or a woman. The first choice they have to make is, do they respect themselves? Number one. The second choice, the next thing is that do they have a dream? Do they have a purpose? Do they even realize that they are born and they are unique in themselves? They have a talent. And do they love that thing about themselves? If they do, will you chase that dream without any deterrent? Like if somebody comes to me and says, if you give me money, if you give me support, if you say nice things about me, if you do reward and recognition every day, then I will achieve this. Do you think I'll give that project to that person? Not at all. So what I'm saying is each one of us is a project for ourselves. How you treat this project, how do you treat yourself, and how you protect your emotions, how you protect your mind, and how you protect your health is incumbent upon you. If somebody says, I failed because of this, I failed because of that, they're not being honest with themselves. We only fail because of ourselves. Nobody else can make us fail. And that's the only message I have for everyone today.
Thank you very much.
I'll just add one point to this, because very interesting, and we are, all of us, when we are in the professional world, we are told this often: she's bossy like a man, she drives like a man, he cooks like a woman. So I think that's what you're referring to. And that's very interesting. I think that's about breaking the stereotypes, and that's about, enjoying these compliments and comments so much, because you've broken the stereotypes which have existed since time immemorial. And this is the time when you break them and, go out into the world. And it's in completeness that we stay. कहते हैं ना, हम ही हम हैं तो क्या हम हैं, और तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो. And I'm a firm believer in Ardhanarishwar. So it's a man who has that docile heart like a woman, and a woman who has that masculine gut like a man, that's what we look for in completeness. So kudos to you in driving a bike.
Thank you so much. Can we have our next question, please? I believe we are good to go. I would request all the speakers to please be here for the group picture. We are very thankful, and it's an esteemed honor to have you all here and listen to you. Can we please have a huge round of applause for all of them? Thank you. Thank you so much. Please. With our next session very shortly, we have our chief guest for the day, Mrs. Rekha Sharma, Chairperson, National Commission for Women, joining us very shortly. Guest of honor, the chief guest for the day, Mrs. Rekha Sharma, Chairperson, National Commission for Women. We're going to kickstart the next session very soon. I request everyone to please not leave the room. Also, I would request everyone to kindly put their phones on silent in order to have an undisturbed session. Chairperson, National Commission for Women, gonna join us very shortly. I request everyone, National Commission for Women has joined us. I would request everyone to please have a huge round of applause. It is our pleasure and honor to have you here, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. For our next session on valedictory session, The Way Forward to Women's Empowerment, I would request Mr. Anil Rajput, Chairperson, ASSOCHAM National CSR Council and President, Corporate Affairs, ITC Limited, to please present a planter welcome to ma'am. I would request all our dignitaries to please come on stage. Mrs. Rekha Sharma, Chairperson, National Commission for Women. Thank you so much for joining us. I would request Mr. Anil Rajput, Chairperson, ASSOCHAM National CSR Council and President, Corporate Affairs, ITC Limited. Ms. Neelam Pratap Ruby, renowned golf player and social activist. Dr. Aishwarya Mahajan, President, M3M Foundation. Ms. Jyoti Gupta, Vice President, Engineering, ZUPI. Dr. Upasna Arora, Chairperson for ASSOCHAM National Empowerment Council and Chairperson, Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital. Thank you so much. It is our extreme honor to have you all here with us today. I would request Mr. Anil Rajput to please present a planter welcome to Mrs. Rekha Sharma. I would also request sir to please present a planter welcome to Ms. Jyoti Gupta. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Dr. Upasna Arora to please present a planter welcome to Ms. Neelam Pratap Ruby. Sir, I would request you to please present the welcome to them. Thank you very much. Also to Dr. Aishwarya Mahajan. I would request Mr. Anil Rajput to please present a welcome to Dr. Aishwarya Mahajan. Thank you very much. I would request Mr. Anil Rajput to please present the welcome address to all our speakers. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Before I start my welcome address, I wanted to share one anecdote. You know, while the pandemic was going on, we started Illness to Wellness series to sensitize people from ASSOCHAM only, to sensitize people about the coronavirus, because there were a lot of misconception about the disease. So we thought that we will share information and knowledge with people. So ASSOCHAM used to send a flyer, and my daughter, who was here from US, she every time looked at the flyer and fired me. She said, in your flyer you have only men. in the events. So this is very wrong, and you need to do something. And that was the first time that, it really struck me that how biased our society is and we are. That when we are doing events, we are not even thinking about it, that there has to be equal representation on the events by the women folks. So I'm very happy to see today that we have 2 men and 4 women on the dais. So thank you very much, Mrs. Rekha Sharma, Chairperson, National Commission for Women, Ms. Jyoti Gupta, Vice President, Engineering, ZUPI, Dr. Aishwarya Mahajan, President, M3M Foundation, Ms. Neelam Pratap Prudi, a well-known figure in the Golf Circle and social activist. Neelam does many activities, and it's very difficult to recount here. Dr. Upasana Arora, we all know her. She is chairperson for ASSOCHAM National Empowerment Council and chairperson, Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital. It is my privilege to welcome all of you to the valedictory session of the conference on Empower Women, Empower Nation, organized by ASSOCHAM. Since morning, we have had deep insight into several facets of this much talked about subject of women empowerment. Learned individuals and thought leaders not only celebrated the power of women, but also univocally agreed that this crucial 50% of the population are equal partners in driving progress, playing an essential role to make nations grow and prosper and achieve vital projects of sustainable development. The Vedas in our country have invoked women with mantras like Prunadi Yashua. That is, women should be able to handle the responsibility of their cities and society and should lead the country. Women are a reflection of ethics, loyalty, decisiveness, and leadership, and that is why our Vedas and tradition clearly states that they are able and capable to give direction to the nation. In a nation where this earth is worshipped as mother, as goddess, Bhudevi, a consort of Lord Narayana, the progress of women always gives strength to the empowerment of the nation. Today, the priority of the country is on improving the lives of women and their full participation in the development journey of India. From women development to women-led development is the vision for New India, where each one of us collectively take responsibility of nurturing a society where empowered women live with dignity and contribute as equal. The theme of today's conference, Empower Women, Empower Nation, is apt. On average, across countries, long-run GDP per capita would be almost 20% higher if gender employment gap were closed. Studies estimate economic gains in the order of 5 to 6 trillion if women started and scaled new businesses at the same rate as men do. Data from Invest India states that women's active participation in the Indian economy has the potential to generate $700 million of added GDP by 2025, create around 50 to 60 million jobs through women-run or owned enterprises by 2030. Improve health and education outcomes for households, given they spend 90% of income on families. The Government of India has taken various steps to ensure empowerment of women through their social, educational, economic, and political uplifting through various schemes. These interventions like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao program, Pradhan Mantri Mudra, POSH, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, the largest healthcare insurance scheme to which women are paramount beneficiaries, among others. All have tried to ensure that women could independently access opportunities, enabling safety, security, and empowerment of women for greater efficiency, effectiveness, and financial prudence. The W20 under India's presidency is also befitting opportunity in this direction, focused on actualizing Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision of women-led development. I am convinced that the 5 priority areas of W20, which includes women in entrepreneurship, women leadership at grassroots, bridging the gender digital divide, education and skill development, and women girl as change maker, climate resilience action will see strong action in removing barriers to women-led development and ensure an ecosystem for women to realize their full potential and transforming their lives as well as of others. Today, I am reminded of the father of India's Constitution, the champion of human rights, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's famous quote, "I measure the progress of a community by the degree of progress which women have achieved." Over the years, confident, courageous, intelligent, and determined women from all over the country rose success in various fields and have made India proud of their sterling records of achievements. Women are leaders everywhere you look, from the CEO who runs a Fortune 500 company to the housewives who raises her child and heads her household. Our country was built by strong women, and we will continue to break walls and defy stereotypes. Be it the trailblazer women golf Aditi Ashok, the sky warrior Avni Chaturvedi, the nightingale of India Lata Mangeshkar, beyond the dream girl active politician Hema Malini, business leaders such as Kiran Mazumdar Shah, Falguni Nair, Goodwill Ambassador Nita Ambani, or our current powerful politicians Nirmala Sitaraman, Smriti Irani, and Rekha Sharma, Neelam Rudy, all have inspired us with their success stories and have put India on the global map. The list is endless in our country. As Malala had said, we cannot succeed when half of us are held back. We need more women to come forward and lead from the front, and therefore an enabling environment to fast-track the full and equal participation of women in their diversity for their effective participation and decision-making is imperative. While we have made some important strides, our work is far from finished. Gloria, one of the world's most famous feminists, said, "Women are always saying, we can do anything that men can do. But men should also be saying, we can do anything that women can do." This is true as societal norms and conceptions of masculinity have expectations from men to concentrate more on material needs of their families? How many men actually take active participation in nurturing and caring roles which are assigned to women? Household responsibilities, including childcare, have often been the reason for women's career taking a back seat. And therefore, this mission of gender equality needs constant nurturing and active support from the menfolk of our country. We are delighted to have with us Mrs. Rekha Sharma, Chairman, National Commission for Women. In keeping with this mandate of securing the Indian women in our home and outside, and making her fully empowered to access all her rights and entitlements, with opportunity to contribute equally in all walks of life, the Commission has initiated various steps to improve the status of women and worked for their upliftment and economic empowerment. We look forward to hearing her vision on today's theme. I conclude by saying that nature is the greatest and the mightiest teacher in the universe. We learn from flying birds that it cannot soar high if it soars only on one wing. Similarly, the world of humanity possesses two wings, the male and the female. And so long as these two wings are not equivalent in strength, the bird cannot fly. It will be foolhardy to think that we can reach the pinnacle using only one wing of our society, and therefore both women and men must work in sync for a nation to achieve greater heights. I am confident that when the two wings become equivalent in strength, enjoy the same privileges, the flight of our nation will be extraordinary. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. To add more about the safe and secure environment for women, I would request Ms. Neelam Pratap Ruby, renowned golf player and social activist, to please share the insights with us. Thank you.
A very good evening to everybody over here. I thank ASSOCHAM for inviting me on this women's empowerment session. Respected Mr. Anil Rajput, Rekha Sharma ji, Mahajan ji, Gupta ji, and my dear friend Upasana ji. I'm not an expert on women empowerment, or I'm not here to give you any figures and facts. Mr. Anil Rajput just talked about all the facts. I'm here to tell my story because I'm also an empowered person, because I fought my way through to become empowered. In my own house, I had two verticals, my father and my mother. My father was much more forward-looking, was ready to give me wings. But the other side, there was my mother, who was brought up in an atmosphere where women were only readied to be married. They were given all skills that she makes the household, that she goes to a girl who is able to do everything. So between the two of them, I had ups and downs, and finally I was able to win because my father really supported me, but I did not have that good terms with my mother. So this can be a story of each of us who stand here today, and when they look back, they feel that they had to do so many things, and at that time when we are doing those things, it just, because we are so determined to rise, we are ready to face all the things that can happen. I have two daughters, And when I had two daughters, my only aim was that they should become as independent. They should not think of anybody else supporting them, neither us supporting them, but they themselves would be somebody. And that kind of hunger should be in them. That is what we parents, me and my husband, we were only doing one thing, is to make them, push them. Because since I'm from the political background and every kind of, every kind of thing is around us, so the idea is to push these children to become something, especially the girls. Because otherwise you can, marry off a girl and she doesn't need to really be, achieving anything. Still she will get married. That is the society's thought. Even then, even today, this is what we are talking about, and what we talk about the people is in the cities, but in the villages where 80% of the population still lives, the girls are married off very early, and they are not even ready. They don't even know what they're getting into. So all those things, if we are here, we were all lucky that the whole placement of us were in such an atmosphere where we could do something about it. So I always feel that women should cheer a woman and take them up. I know Mrs. Upasna ji runs a very big hospital, super specialty hospital. ITC has, I'm sure, a huge workforce where they have lots of women. And Rekha ji, of course, she represents all the women we are, and she must be fighting at every front, having so many complaints and so many, issues at hand. But the first thing is that we should have that fire, that we want to be somebody. We want to have our own unique identity. And today in India that we talk of is that we are talking about gender equality. But this was not so a long time back. If you see our goddesses and all, they seem like a very, they were very forward-looking, the way they used to attire, they used to be. So some forces happened in India where we had to take a back seat. We became very protective about our women. And today, it is a second rise for them. We have to achieve that what was in the golden era of India. So earlier, even the marriages used to happen in daytime, but then the forces that were around that made them have marriages in the dark night, which we have. So all those things, we had to, this is a consequence of something that happened in our history. And today we stand here again struggling to get back our status as a woman who's an equal partner in the society. So as I say, government has been very aware of all these things, that these are the things, and has constantly tried to make new laws and allocate various kind of funds to empower the women. But today if we analyze whether these measures are seeing the daylight, because something happens in between where the entire focus, which is so good, does not reach the women who are very marginalized in this society. So the very first thing is that we lack education. If you take, I don't know what is this thing, but women are less educated than men for sure. So, and their opportunities are very less. And if there is any problem in the household regarding anything, the first person who gives up her career, her ambition is always the woman or the girl of the house. Second thing which I feel very important to take care is the sanitization, which lacks a lot, which brings in so many diseases. The girls are unaware. There's no education to educate them. I'm sure Rekha ji is taking care of these things, that this sanitization problem is, people are made, girls and women are made aware that all that happens around, this is safe, this is unsafe. that needs to be taken care, and we all individuals in our own capacity also can, participate in our own small efforts where we can, in and around us, there are a lot of women we come across who we can educate and tell them that how to take care of themselves. Then another thing is when a woman thinks of working, then she comes into an atmosphere where there are men, and then she's very scared of the sexual harassment that can happen. Though there are laws, but the laws don't really work. In that every day you have to meet somebody or be facing a person. So these are also a problem which deters the family. Starts saying, no, you will not work over there. I don't think that's a very safe environment. So that also brings down the opportunities for women who supposedly get educated, but they're not able to really come out and work. Then we have, then these empowering laws are there, then maternity leave. These are the kind of things which government provides. Like, it has because I remember I used to work with Air India, and that time it used to be just a 3-month break for women. But now, with the new measures, the government wants that women should participate. The maternity leave has become, I think, much more than 6 months. Plus, they give you option for working from home. And also certain good companies keeps creches where they can take care of the children, small children they have. Then we also have helplines and help centers where women can go, especially if they are facing some domestic violence or any other kind of problems. There are helping lines are also there. Then women, I want to also talk about the crime, the cyber crime that's happening, stalking, sending, abusive messages, and, we are always constantly, somebody is sending, we seem to be so decent and everything is so good, but still people are sending you abusive. And who are these people? These people are always men, not women. I can guarantee that. So there has to be laws where we can go and report these cyber crimes, and the good action takes place, so that we feel that we, morphed photographs are there, all kind of things are there, fake IDs are made, and something is circulated about you, fake news is circulated. So these are all concerns of a woman, which I am saying generally. And of course, I just want to say that we need more leadership in politics. But as you know, even in the politics the way politics is done, women have to be very brave enough to, there are a lot of things that are required, like, if there's a rally, you have to do so many things, get involved. And sometimes it's a day and night job. And so we see very less women who opt for politics. But I'm sure there'll be other ways, and more representation will be given to them automatically. Maybe the reservation which we all are looking at from the government, Panchayati Raj, we have got 50%. So we see that a lot of women now at that level are coming up, and I'm sure they will groom themselves to come into the real politics in life. So, another very thing is that 10% women are only having salary jobs. The 90% of the women are in the unorganized sector doing small things, So the idea is that more women need to represent and come into that category of salary, which gives you much more stability, because if you are in informal sector, you don't know. If today you have a job, tomorrow, or there are like contract jobs and all that. So there's no certainty where you are going to go next. Another thing is that women have women, when they work, when they take up this with bravery that they're going to do a job, then there are these unorganized hours, informal hours of duty that she has to extra do at home. Like raising a child is her duty. I don't think most of the men get involved in, in the night if the child is crying, it's just the mother's duty to go and then work in the morning and then also prove her worth there, because women are always proving that they are better, that they are better workers than the men. So these imbalances, if they are taken care of, men become more aware that we should participate in the more in the homework, at the home front. I hardly see men doing dishes or cooking or these things, but if once we make this thing, where that, you have to do an equal partnership in a marriage, then we can see that the women will come out much more and would like to work in it. There are hundreds of things I can keep on talking about, but I think I've said enough. I hope that we will see, I'm sure we will in near future. Mr. Anil Rajputji said that 20% GDP, I think it's 60%. That is the kind of boost we can give to our GDP if women are more involved in structurally. And I would expect in near future that the big houses that if they start employing certain percentage of women into their workforce, we will see more employment, more empowerment. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It is my honor to welcome Mrs. Rekha Sharma, Chairperson, National Commission for Women, to join us and share her insights with us. Thank you, ma'am. Can I please have a huge round of applause?
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Anil Rajput, Chairperson, ASSOCHAM, Ms. Neelam Pratap Rudi, whom we just heard, Dr. Aishwarya Mahajan, Ms. Jyoti Gupta, Dr. Upasna Arora, ladies and gentlemen. Generally, I avoid coming to valedictory because half of the people leave by that time and other half are just waiting to leave. But today, because of my busy schedule, I couldn't come earlier. And I hope people are not very tired of listening to women empowerment, and few more minutes they can give it to me. Because we are talking about way forward in women empowerment. So I'll talk what we need to do, because see, women are already empowered. In my view, women are empowered. They just have to realize that they are empowered. And people around her, especially men around her, they also need to realize that she is empowered and give her that opportunity where she can show herself, showcase her work, and showcase her abilities. Mr. Rajput just talked about the policies and the programs which Government of India is running and new initiatives Government of India has taken. There are many new laws which have come in last few years. But in spite of all that, we are still talking about safety and security of women. And when we are talking about empowerment, how we talk about empowerment unless we make every girl child, every woman safe and secure, not only outside, inside the house also. So when we are talking about domestic violence, which is if you see from my place where I'm sitting, most of the women face in their life, I'm saying most, and many women don't even talk about it, don't realize that they have gone through domestic violence. So if women are not safe at home, how will she go out and work? And how she can contribute in a GDP which we are all talking about? So we need to make our women safe, not only outside, that is secondary, because if she is safe inside the house, she will have that capability, she will have that opportunity to get proper education, to get proper opportunity to go out and work. And when she go out, we need to make public places safe for her, to travel alone, to walk on the road, not thinking that it is day or night, because every time something happens to a girl, we just lecture her, why you were roaming around at night, raat ko kyun ghum rahi thi. So why can't we make our public places safe for her to go out, even if she wants to go to a pub to just enjoy herself? Why we need to ask her question ki pub kyun gayi thi, ladkiyan kyun jati hain pub? So these mindset, the war, I can say, the war cry we should have against this mindset, because we need to change the mindset of people, not only men, for women also, because most of the time women of the family do this. क्यों गई थी, क्या कपड़े पहने थे, कितने बजे आई थी? So all these things changes when the mindset of the person changes. Then we need to provide her safe and secure place for work where she is going. And just now madam talked about the safety and security at the workplace. There is a law, sexual harassment at workplace. We have ICs in every company's internal committees, but do we really have? And these committees, do they really know what is their work? Are they really trained about that work? And are they not biased many a times when generally the complaint comes against the senior most person of the company? So I see every day these kinds of complaints coming to me, which are just hushed up in all those places of work, because the person against whom the complaint came was the senior most or the senior person of the company. So we need to look into these. There is, I don't think that these making new laws will make any difference if we don't work on the existing laws. Then we all talked about education. Yes, government is giving free education to girls till 12th, and after that also many states are giving free education. But are the families giving equal opportunity and sending? If you see the result of 10th and 12th, most of the toppers are the girls. So why they are not being sent to the colleges, universities, proper technical colleges? They all have abilities. But then the mindset of the family which says that we will spend money on this boy because वो हमारी देखभाल करेगा, लड़की तो अपने घर चली जाएगी. एक ये भी बहुत बड़ी बात है कि लड़की को सिर्फ दूसरे घर भेजने के लिए पाला जाता है जहाँ से कहते हैं ये दूसरे घर से आई है. So कहाँ है लड़की का घर, वो भी हमें सोचने की बात है. Then we need to boost her self-esteem when we are talking about a girl child, and when we are discriminating in the family, where will be her self-esteem? We need to boost, because she is able to, she is capable to do anything and everything which a boy can do. But we restrain under those gender gaps कि तुमको ये फ्रॉक ही पहननी है, तुमको सिर्फ शॉर्ट्स नहीं पहननी. She can't even play outside. She will be handed over to a doll कि तुम doll के साथ खेलो. She wants an engineer set, she wants a doctor set, but लड़कियां सिर्फ डॉल से खेलती हैं. वो सेल्फ एस्टीम बनेगा कहाँ से अगर हम बचपन से उसको ये करें? So we need to boost at every step, whether she is inside home, outside home, working, always hand holding her, and not only men, also girls, women. We need to hand hold each other. Need to give her equal opportunity wherever she is. आप सिर्फ equal opportunity दीजिए. मैं ये नहीं कहती कि women are more than men in anything, but we are equal. बस इतनी सी समझने की बात है कि हम equal हैं. अगर इतनी भी समझ गए तो मुझे लगता है हम सब कुछ कर लेंगे. We don't want us to sit on a pedestal where you can, do our puja. We don't want that. We don't want anyone to call us devis, कि तुम देवी हो, ताकि हम गलती भी ना करें. अरे let us make mistakes and learn from our mistakes. That is more important. We don't want that you just do our puja and make us sit at a pedestal कि बस तुम बैठी रहो, देवी हो तुम तो. वो बाहर बात की बात है. देवी पहले होती थी जब सच में पूजा भी जाता था. आज बोलते देवी हैं लेकिन कैसे ट्रीट करते हैं वो हम सबको पता है. Then we need to support women run businesses. That is very important. When a woman goes out and asks for loan from the bank, bank has got 100 questions. क्यों, कैसे, हाँ, MSME में सब, everybody is there to handhold. On papers, everything is there that we are supporting. But in reality, when a women go out, even the family people are not ready to put their money behind her if she wants to run a business. They will have 100 question marks. कर पाओगी, नहीं कर पाओगी, देख लो, फैमिली को छोड़ के कैसे जाओगी, बहुत सारे घंटे लगाने पड़ते हैं, काम कर लो, 9 से 5 बेटर है, यू विल कम बैक होम, इवनिंग में नहीं जाना पड़ेगा. So, बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस होते हैं. देन शी कांट इवन बूस्ट हर बिजनेस, बिकॉज इफ शी इज बूस्टिंग एंड शी इज टॉकिंग अबाउट हर बिजनेस, देन ये बहुत तेज है, शी इज वेरी फास्ट. If the man does the same thing, they will say, oh, he's got the business acumen. He can, rise very high. He's always talking about the business. See how concentrate his energy is. But women are seen differently. So we need to handhold her if she wants to start her business. And entrepreneurship is the way forward for a lady, for a woman. Because she can not only earn her own money, she can also give job opportunity to other women also. Implementation of existing laws, I already said that we need to do better implementation. There are many laws. We don't need new laws. We need proper implementation of the laws. Strengthening of few laws, yes, we are at NCW reviewing laws, which are like British time laws, because we need changes in those, especially family law. And some other time I can explain that what are the problems in those laws: labor law, land laws, employment laws, and customary laws. Customary laws are most, I can say, harmful for women in northeastern region, where she cannot even hand over her own earned property to whomsoever she wants to give, because customary law says that she has that property will go to the man of the family. So that is we need to look into all these things. One thing, we need more women leaders, whether it is industry or in politics. Yes, we need. And we also need a leader of his kind. अगर मैं अपने जैसा एक भी लीडर बना देती हूँ तो मैं एक ट्रू लीडर हूँ. If I don't want others to come at the same level, that means I am not the leader. मैं एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल गई, उस पर बैठ गई और मैं हिलना नहीं चाहती उस पर. तो वो चीज़ थोड़ी ख़त्म होनी चाहिए. वी वीमेन ऑल्सो हैव टू थिंक दैट इफ़ वी नीड टू चेंज इंडिया, इफ़ वी नीड टू चेंज सोसाइटी, वी ऑल्सो हैव टू हैंड होल्ड ईच अदर. And I am very sure with all the new policies, new schemes, and the young generation, the mindset and the thinking of young generation is changing. It is slowly changing, but is changing. We need to keep on working and organize these kinds of talks beyond March. Don't only talk in March or around 8th March, because every day is Women's Day for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's our honor to have you here and have your insights with all of us. I completely understand you're very, very busy and have taken out time for all of us, but I would request if you could please stay a little longer with us. Sure. Thank you very much. Can I please have a huge round of applause, please? In order to tell us more about the safe and secure environment in respect to women empowerment, I would request Dr. Aishwarya Mahajan, President M3M Foundation, to please present his insight with all of us. Can I please have a huge round of applause? Thank you.
किसी को अपने अमल का हिसाब क्या देते, सवाल सारे गलत थे, जवाब क्या देते. I've been listening since morning, all the panelists, and it looks like that the topic is wrong. You have already said, sir, that. And since morning, only 3 male members are there in the panel. You, me, and the one person in the inaugural session. So it already said it's empowered women. So it's not empower women. So I think if you could change the topic, empowered women, empowering nation, that is going to be the more appropriate in this sense. So coming back to the topic, we have been discussing since morning, lot of discussions around successful women, big names and all. I'll just take you back to the small cities where also the examples are. I can see the pain when one person asks the questions, what is happening there? There's a lot of work which is happening there, which needs to be recognized. And we also need to bring those stories and share here so that people can understand what is happening and how this can transform the nation. Have you heard about the name Satarupa? I'm sure no one has heard. Satarupa, because I met this girl in Chhattisgarh, Bilaspur, when she came to a training center. And she said, I want to get trained in automobile, two-wheeler mechanics. And it was whole bunch of boys class. She was the only girl. And I asked, why you want to get into this? She said, I want to start my own garage. She was from a rural village. And then I said, it is very difficult. How you are going to do that? And she was married. Was staying around 20 kilometers from the center. I said, how you are going to manage? She was coming to the center on bicycle every day, 20 kilometers one side. So it means 40 kilometers up and go. She completed her training, and then she established two-wheeler garage in her village. And that was a story which was captured by the Chhattisgarh media because she was the first women mechanic in that particular region. And that is how the stories are. There's one woman in Faridabad. Her husband got died in COVID. And she came to us. And I met when she spoke to me, I said, what you can do? She said, I can't do anything. मेरे पति ने मुझे कभी कुछ करने ही नहीं दिया. This is what we were discussing in the earlier panels. मुझे नहीं मालूम कि क्या करना है. And since he is not here today, I don't know how I am going to live. She had 2 sons, and without anything, she was there that I don't know what to do. And then gradually we came to know she knows cooking very well. And she understood her strength and built upon that, and then she created, and now when you go to Faridabad, she has established her own restaurant come online food chain, which is called Saidi Kitchen. You'll find on the, on the social media nowadays. Now, why I'm sharing these stories? Because these are the stories which tells that how this empowerment take place. How you can tell these people how this can be done. Now, there's another story. Sunita ji is here. There's a girl from Sidi in Madhya Pradesh, from a small village, and we have a program called Lakshya, where we got, enrolled these athletes, what you were talking about. Support in bringing their talent up front so that their economic barrier should not stop their dreams. And this girl, after getting the training, she went to Georgia and got the gold medal on the India name in the Georgia on Wushu. Now, this is the kind of empowerment which we are talking about, sir, because people were asking what is happening. So if you go to the villages of Mewat and other places, I'm not talking about unknown the M3M Foundation is doing, but if you go, if you see what is happening there in the villages, now women have taken the responsibility of their village management and development. Now, this is the kind of work which is happening. You have committees which are taking care of their village, the water, the environment, and even the education and health related issues also. Now, that's how the empowerment took place, because they have been asked, they understood their strength, and that's how they built upon that, and this is what it is happening. I'll just give you one more example, because it's not in India. We have been talking about migration. Lot of population. In Bhutan, there's a, Punakha is a place, like here we will, our districts, there also there's a Zongkha, which is called Punakha. So in Punakha, there are 13 such villages which were identified earlier. And in that particular area, if you go to the village, it's only women in the village, either the old one or the young one, because all the male have gone to Paro or Thimpu to work. And that's where, when they identified their potential, because in Bhutan, tea grows very naturally. So they just get themselves trained to first identify the tea leaves, then they started the tea processing. And what they did, they empowered all the village women to identify tea leaves. They become the buyers, these tea processors, these communities were bringing the tea leaves to them, and then they have started. Now when you land at Paro airport, you will see the tea with the name of those, groups of girls are being sold at the Paro airport. So that's the kind, and that has got the support now from the Bhutan ministry, and even the Queen Mother of Bhutan is also supporting that kind of initiative. Philippines, if you see, Philippines or the Southeast Asian, whether it is Vietnam or Cambodia, when you look at early marriage, or you can say not marriage, early relationship is the biggest challenge there. Single mother is the biggest problem, because boys and girls get in a relationship very early. Girls delivered baby, and boys, they run away because they don't take the responsibility. And at the age of 14 or 15, these girls either then get trafficked to these other countries, or they don't have. And there are possibilities where they get killed, and they have been put into the boxes and have been thrown into the these rivers also, the valleys. So now those girls have also got empowered while they have got some kind of skills in their hand. When now you travel in the slums of Manila, you will find many such girls who have started their own bakery shops. Though it is small, but it is already happening. So what I am trying to share with you, these examples, that there are success stories. We have been listening since morning. Every speaker who spoke about, they have been, they have got empowered by themselves. They have got the opportunities, or they have grabbed the opportunities. They fought against, whatever things they have come across. Now, when we, talk about other programs, I I'm happy to hear the HSBC intervention in Sona, because I have worked with HSBC also in Bahrampur, Odisha, where the similar kind of interventions are happening. And a lot of girls have also got, empowered there. Preeti also talked about the similar kind of role models. So now when we are talking about, and we really want to do that, these small local role models needs to be bring out. We need to present these role models, to the larger audience or the communities where we feel these kind of challenges are happening. There was also a discussion which happened, because if you really want to empower girls, it's basically the education. Because the kind of education which we give, कि बच्ची को आप गुड़िया लाके दो और बेटे को बंदूक लाके दो, because that's the stereotype, gender stereotype we are, it's already there in the education. So we need to bring that change in the education system, and definitely girl child education is something where we need to support. And I'm happy that M3M Foundation is already, taken that in one of the initiatives, which is called Bunyad, where we have taken the responsibility of a girl child education until she start earning. And 100 such scholarships have already been given, and more than 1,000 scholarships are in pipeline in next 3 years, where all the dreams, and that's how the empowerment is going to take place. And Sunita ji, I shared with you the program which we have, Laksh. It is already, going on, where the young talents who really want to come at the district, state, national and international level. One of the girls in skiing recently fought for the World Skiing Championship. It is just because of the federation's mistake she did not qualify. Otherwise, she would have been the second women qualifier for the World Skiing Championship this time. So this kind of work is also happening, through the foundation. So what I am trying to say, it doesn't mean that empowerment is not there. It is already there, and that's how I started. And I think most of the panelists has raised this, that women don't need empowerment now. They are already empowered. वो कहते हैं कि अपने अंदर की छुपी हुई जो प्रतिभा है उसको समझने की बहुत ज़रूरत है. So I just want to end this by saying this, कि तुम अपना रुमाल निकालो, पलकें अपनी साफ करो, मैला मैला चांद नहीं है, धूल जमी है आंखों पर. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing such great examples with us. Next, I would request Ms. Jyoti Gupta, Vice President, Engineering, ZUPI, to please come over here and share the work-life balance targeted approach in respect to women empowerment with all of us. Thank you so much. Can I please have a huge round of applause?
Hello everyone. Most of you don't know what I do and where I do. So let me just give you a brief of what I do. I am into engineering, one of the very male-dominated fields in the country and elsewhere as well. And I lead the whole engineering for ZUPI. ZUPI is a real money gaming company. We are a completely tech company which creates games. And those games are played by people all over India, men and women alike. And I lead the whole engineering, which means I lead a team of around 109 folks, out of which 18 are women and the rest are men. So saying all this is not just simple, it is a very difficult job to do, and having respect for engineering is something that I have to prove myself to get to where I am right now. So this is coming from my own example, that yes, in a workplace, to create an equal opportunity for everybody and to treat men and women alike, it is very important to make sure that we are enabling every person to have a right to ask a question. So I would not like to repeat anything that Rekha ji, Mr. Anil ji and Aishwarya ji have said. What I would really like to say is that to have a solution to the problem ki why are we not treating men and women equally, is because we are not asking the right question. We need to ask कि अगर मैंने ये क्वेश्चन किसी मेन से पूछा तो क्या वो सही है. अगर आपका आंसर येस है तो यू कैन डेफिनेटली आस्क दैट क्वेश्चन टू अ वुमन, बट नॉट अदरवाइज. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, रात को 10 बजे क्यों आप बाहर थे, ठीक है, यू वॉन्ट आस्क टू अ मैन, राइट. In the similar way, in the workplace also, you need to ask yourself before putting a question that will you ask that question to a woman, to a man or not. Okay, that is a solution that I have for making workplace an equal opportunity workplace for everybody, and make sure that everybody is treated equal in respect of capabilities and giving the next opportunities. So next thing I would also like to add that Zupi as a company is also breaking stereotypes for women. This is something that we are doing just to make sure that the mindset of everybody is good. So when Rekha ji said that the problem is in the mindset, not in any person, because men and women both have some questions regarding wherever a woman does better, right? So to break that, we are making sure that all the games that we play have a woman hero and a man hero. In the earlier scenarios where we used to play games like Mario, where Mario has to rescue a princess, okay, from the castle. Now that scenarios have changed. Now what is happening is there are games where men actors are there, and even women actors are there, and both have different kinds of qualities, and they are playing the games, right? So that way we are changing the mindset of not just the people who are playing the gamers, but also everybody, because everybody plays games and everybody wants to enjoy and be that in that zone where they can achieve something, right? So whenever they are playing a game, they are getting educated that men and women are alike. They all can do a particular task and they can complete a challenge, right? So that is a way that we are changing the mindset of India, and that is where I think we are adding value. The next thing that I wanted to make sure that we are in our workplace, we are having equal opportunities, is to basically celebrate all the women folks that we are having. Celebration is very important. Even today that I am speaking here for the first time, and I'm not a very general speaker at these conferences, but coming here has been very good for me and for the other people in my company, because they will see that yes, I am there and I can speak my own story, and those stories inspire other folks to be much better at their job and learn from me that if she can do it, why can't I? So that's something to add. Yeah. Apart from that, I just wanted to add one more thing, that women are the main base for any kind of culture that we want to build, be it coming from Mahabharata or Ramayana, where the center stage is of a woman, right? In similar way, in our society also, in our house or in any team or any workplace also, whatever culture a woman sets is what is set in that space. So we need to be more mindful, more open to making sure that we are equal, we are giving equal opportunities, so that we create the right culture for our home, for our society, and for our work. So yeah, with that I like to end. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I would request Dr. Upasana Arora, Chairperson for ASSOCHAM National Empowerment Council and Chairperson Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital, to please join us for the concluding remark.
So good evening. I started in the morning. That time I was saying good morning. Now it's evening, so I am saying good evening. How was the conference? I think everybody is happy. And lots of people left after lunch, I think. But because in the morning, house was full. So anyhow, it was a wonderful day, and we talked about empowering women. And I must appreciate our one panelist who said that topic should be empowered women are empowering nation. that will be a good option. So next time, Sandeep ji, you should think like that. Empowered women are empowering nation. So I am thankful to ASSOCHAM who organized this wonderful event, and thankful to those who came for this. And a special thanks to my dear friend Neelam Pratap Rudi ji. She accepted our invite and she is here. So now it's my duty to tell what they were saying. So Anil ji, who is again my dear friend, give an example of Shastra and many different government schemes and many famous females who are doing really good in life, like our Nirmala Sitharaman ji, Smriti Irani ji, and many more. You can see in India as well as foreign countries. Females are better administrators. All males should not feel offended. I am not saying that you are not a good administrator, but I must say, because we look after house also. So, like if I am going for a conference, but I have to tell my cook what he has to, cook for the lunch and dinner, and then I have to look after many things in house. Then even I will leave for any speech or any inauguration function. So females are born with this quality that they are multitasker, they can do. So that is why. And Neelam ji was talking about her life and why women are suffering from eve teasing, etc. Rather, I think I must say that things are changing, and now females are very much aware about their rights. And even at workplace, everybody is having this Vishakha committee, which we are also having. And I think nowadays things are little bit different, and males are also very much aware if they are going to, do something wrong, they will be in hot soup. So I think things are changing. Then Rekha Sharma ji, who is actually ideal for everyone, she was telling about need of the time to save girls even from home. And I must say this is more important, that you are more unsecure at home than workplace. When girls are small, then all, uncles and your neighbors and your relatives, I think that is why this small video pop up, I think 2 years back or 3 years back, that good touch and bad touch. We need to teach our children, not only females. I think this is the time we need to tell our kids that how they can save themselves from such kind of things. Because not only eve teasing, these days very common with small boys also. So we need to create such kind of awareness. Then I already told that Aishwarya ji, he said that topic should be different. So now next time I think, Payal, you are supposed to take care of this, that always talk about empowered women. And we are real example who are sitting here. And then Jyoti Gupta, she is an engineer, and she was telling it was a challenge. I would like to share my story. Just think about any problem in your life. I have faced all type of problem. No problem which I can say it was not in my life. Every problem, like a Hindi movie, बचपन में पिताजी की डेथ हो गई, and then शादी से पहले माताजी की डेथ हो गई, and then all property gone, then you are rich, then you become poor, then anyhow everything. Then I started working, like I wanted to become an IAS officer, but I could not because no one was in my family there. So anyhow I got married. Then when I started working, again there was a big question mark in everybody's eyes, because I am a non-medico. I'm a PhD doctor. I have done my PhD in hospital administration, but medico people were there. They were thinking, ye kya karengi? What she can do in the hospital? But I would like to tell you, in a hospital, 40% work is depending on medical people, 60% work we are doing, all support services. How to keep patients safe is always with the non-medicos. We are the one who are providing all type of support service to the patient. So anyhow, that time, again, it was a big challenge. When I was born, that time my father was not happy. I was the second female child at home. So, all type of stories, dukh ki sari jitni duniya hai, wo sab kuch jhel liya. And still I am here in front of you with lots of other, physical issues. I have some disease and something like that. But that is why मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ, there are ओनली फीमेल्स एंड टी, यानी चाय और महिलाएं, दो ऐसी चीज होती है, उनको जितना जितना गर्म पानी में डालोगे दे विल बिकम मोर स्ट्रांग. सो फीमेल्स हैज दैट पावर. आप हमको परखिए, हम बताएंगे कि हम कितने बहादुर हैं. सो विद दीज वर्ड्स आई मस्ट से कि हम लोगों को कुछ कहने की जरूरत नहीं है. मैंने सुबह एक डायलॉग बता दिया था, आई विल नॉट रिपीट बिकॉज आई रिपीट इन एवरी कॉन्फ्रेंस बट नॉट इन ए कॉन्फ्रेंस ट्वाइस. सो आई कैन से कि परिंदों को मंजिल मिलेगी यकीनन, ये फैले हुए उनके पर बोलते हैं, आपको कुछ कहने की जरूरत नहीं है, जमाने में आपके हुनर बोलते हैं. तो सभी महिलाओं को समर्पित, you all have some quality and just prove it with your hard work. Thank you so much ASSOCHAM, thank you so much Sandeep.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Last but not the least, I would like to present my very, very warm regards to all the speakers, all the attendees, everyone over here. I would request everyone to please have a huge round of applause for all the women and also for all the men who are supporting women in any aspect of their life. Thank you so much for attending this conference. I want to thank ASSOCHAM for presenting us over here and having all of us over here. I want to thank the presenting partner, M3M Foundation, the gold partner, DTOL and ITC, the president partner, Renew, SpiceJet, TCI. I want to thank the silver partner, AIC, PIL, Capgemini, SMC, Canara, HSBC, and our supporting partner, Can Healthcare and Wigan Boone. I want to thank all of you for joining us here today. I would request all the speakers to please join for the group picture. Can I please have a huge round of applause once again? Please join us for the coffee and tea break once again. I was your host for the day. My name is Harsha Joshi Pandey. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Have a good day.
Empowering youth and women through employment and entrepreneurship with Kaushal